never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Coast Guard says it offloaded nearly 46,000 pounds of illegal drugs at Port Everglades in Florida today.
The drugs are worth over $500 million and were seized in over a dozen interdictions in the eastern Pacific Ocean. 34 suspected smugglers were taken into custody. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem spoke at the port, saying the interdictions and seizures are another milestone in President Trump's mission to protect our borders and stop the flow of illicit drugs and trafficking into the country. I'm Brian Shook.
Greenpeace is being ordered to pay $660 million to a Texas company over the group's involvement in the Dakota pipeline protests. But Greenpeace International General Counsel Kristen Caper says there will be an appeal.
The fight against big oil is not over today. We know that the law and the truth are on our side.
Yesterday, a North Dakota jury found the environmental group is liable for defamation and for orchestrating criminal behavior at the protests held nearly 10 years ago at the Standing Rock Reservation. Texas pipeline company Energy Transfer Partners successfully argued that Greenpeace incited people to protest by using a misinformation campaign. Greenpeace denied those claims and said the lawsuit was aimed at destroying the right to peaceful protest. President Trump is signing an executive order aimed at dismantling the Department of Education. The White House says test scores for kids have been in decline for years, and it's time to see education authority returned to individual states. Education Secretary Linda McMahon will have to get congressional approval to officially abolish the department. Wall Street closed with stocks lower today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 11 points. The S&P 500 also down by 12 points. The Nasdaq lost 59 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Texas is making changes to Operation Lone Star, which is going to shift state troopers away from the border.
Governor Greg Abbott says they're not needed there anymore. He says in El Paso, they're down to just 9 arrests for illegal immigration a day. At the peak of a surge in illegal immigration, DPS patrol cars were constant sight on the border. The 2-week tour requirements cost taxpayers billions of dollars in overtime. A DPS spokesman says the change does not mean the border is open. He says DPS remains strongly committed to maintaining public safety. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Lawmakers in Iowa are moving legislation that requires school lunches to focus on Iowa-grown products. The bill would require the state to apply for a federal waiver for exemptions to certain federal standards.
The people of Iowa deserve to set our own nutritional guidelines. It's in our power to do so, so I'm very thankful for it.
Republican State Representative Jeff Shipley. Opponents argue the federal guidelines are fine the way they are. The bill passed the Iowa House yesterday and is now eligible in the Senate. Florida's freshman U.S. Senator has introduced her first bill. Ashley Moody says the HELPER Act is aimed to help first responders and teachers buy homes.
I am certain this bipartisan bill will attract the support and garner the support of my colleagues in the Senate and on the other side in the House.
The bill would permit the Federal Housing Authority to eliminate down payment and mortgage insurance requirements. Moody announced the bill flanked by law enforcement officers at the Hillsborough Sheriff's Office in Tampa. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Alrighty, there you go. Another 1,000 miles in the pouring rain. Well, hopefully that's not the case. But if you're on the East Coast, you are in the rain tonight. All right, first things first. Hi there. Welcome aboard. Welcome back to Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. As we roll toward the weekend, here we go. TGIF Friday. All right, hope your week's going well. Coming to you live from our secret bunker in Southwest Ohio. Yeah, right about half the temperature we were 24 hours ago. It was like 66. As we approach the midnight hour, we're at 33 at this hour. Right there near the freezing mark. What do you mean? First day of spring? Yeah, spring arrived early this past morning, but not feeling very spring-like. Matter of fact, the cold air that's sweeping into our region is diving deep into the south as we head toward the weekend. And we've got freeze warnings well into Alabama, much of northern Georgia. Hard freeze warnings all the way down into the Atlanta metro. Frost advisories all the way down to the Gulf Coast. Western portions of the Florida Panhandle. Much of central Georgia. A chilly wake-up call for your Friday morning. That's where we kick off our traveler's weather. Of course, we had the blizzard conditions across several Great Plains states. Behind the front, a sweep of cold air bringing frosty conditions and could pose some problems for parts of the southeast as high pressure settles across the southeastern states into the end of the week here. Clear skies, light winds, and air that originated there in Canada sets the stage for temperatures to plummet overnight tonight into Friday morning. Now, in much of the south, the blossoming and the leaf out are about average this spring due to a somewhat more harsh winter compared to prior winters. But this does mean some tender blossoms and young leaves in portions of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, even the Florida Panhandle may be at risk for damage this morning. Temperatures dipping well into the 30s in many suburban locations. You may slip into the upper 20s for a couple of hours in some of the more rural areas. However, official temperature readings where forecast lows are intended, they take those about 6 feet above the ground. However, on the clear, calm nights, temperatures can be anywhere from 5 to as much as 10 degrees lower at ground level, believe it or not, compared to just 6 feet above. Garden centers and those with potted plants or tender flowers and vegetables need to take preventive action tonight. Looks like temperatures will indeed rebound in that region over the weekend. However, there are some additional intrusions that may follow in the coming weeks due to the anticipated southward movement of cold air coming in out of Canada. Several weeks ago, they were talking about a possible break off of the polar vortex. Recall that. Spring officially arrived Thursday morning. Winter still has some fight left and will indeed be sending several rounds of cold and even some snow across the northern states, from the plains to the Midwest and the Northeast. Earlier in the month of March, as I just mentioned, AccuWeather's team warned about the polar vortex possibly could reach part of the central and eastern U.S. late March into early April. Now, the movement and the weakening of the polar vortex is going to help push back warm air in the north central and northeast right through the first few days of spring here. That shift in the vortex is going to force storms to track further south, bringing temperatures and precipitation similar to late winter. Now, but because it is spring, it's not going to be like a big, burly blast of sub-freezing or sub-zero temperatures for days at a time. That's what you would typically see in the dead of winter. But it will result in more days with temperatures near or even below average, rather than above, for much of the Midwest and the Northeast over the next several weeks. So this is going to lead to several potential hard freezes in the Midwest and the Northeast. Do not be tempted by the recent retreat of wintry conditions to get out there and start planning just yet. Yeah, the same pattern could lead to several episodes of frost and freezes in critical areas of the south central and southeastern states where the blossoming and spring planting is already underway. Forecasters are tracking a storm that will produce some snow and a wintry mix across the upper Midwest and the interior Northeast from this weekend into early next week. Snow forecast to pretty much miss the major Midwest cities of Chicago and Detroit, as well as the Northeast metro areas of Pittsburgh and Washington, D.C. It's going to be a little bit further north. Yeah, a little bit of snow or a wintry mix may get close to Minneapolis and Boston for a period of time. Meanwhile, accumulating snow is indeed likely for parts of North Dakota, northern Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, central and northern Michigan, on over into upstate New York and northern New England. And we're talking a time frame Saturday to Monday. Following that, more wintry systems from Saturday to Monday during late March into early April. AccuWeather says if those storms edge a little bit further south, we could indeed be talking some slushy accumulation of snow, getting close to Chicago, Detroit, and maybe even New York City. So still some cold episodes in the mix in the coming days. Meanwhile, we'll break down right on the heels of our major severe weather outbreak last weekend. Ultimately, for the National Weather Service had been out surveying all the damage in various areas. They have now exceeded 100 confirmed tornadoes from Friday to Sunday last weekend. We will be talking potentially some severe weather, not a tornado outbreak, but this could impact some of those same areas that were hard hit last weekend with some typical run-of-the-mill thunderstorms, some of which could be severe, coming up this weekend. So again, we'll break that down for you as we roll into a Friday. March Madness in full swing. Day number 1 pretty much in the books. Who survived round number 1? I mean, in a matter of 2 days, you cut 68 teams to 32. Yeah, of course, you had the first 4, so it was 64 teams playing this past day. It'll be down to 32 by the time we close things out Friday night. We'll break that down. And, of course, we're one day closer to... What did he say?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues issues, and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, we'll get to some of our listening friends checking in via Facebook, YouTube. As we kick off a Friday, turn the page on the calendar. That would be the 21st day of March, by the way. This time next week, well, we'll be making our way into day number 2 of the Mid-America Truck Show. Coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Keeping our fingers crossed that the forecast holds. Maybe a chilly day there on Thursday. For those that'll be down there setting things up for our Hot Shot Secret booth, Kyle and some of the others, have your heavy jacket because your overnight lows are going to be well into the 30s. Thursday's forecast, as of like a day or two ago, was like 58 for a high Thursday. And they were saying maybe close to 70 for both Friday and Saturday. All right. As the time approaches, we'll break it down. Hey there, Captain Ron.
We're one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Oh, joy.
Another one. So how can we have a good casual Friday without Scarecrow anymore?
Right?
We need to get him back on the radio, don't we?
Yes, we do. But I don't think he's driving truck.
The last I heard from him, he was waiting to find out the determination on that, but I haven't heard anything else. So I was talking with Gilligan a little bit earlier tonight, and I had a procedure done, I don't know, it must have been Friday, a week ago, I guess. They put this tube about the size of a good-sized straw down through your nose, and it measures like how my esophagus, the muscles are working in my esophagus, if they're firing right. But anyway, they spray this lanacane in your nose. They run it down through your nose, and have you gargle this lanacane. And after it was done, she says, "I'm so glad it's getting for the weekend." She says, "I love the weekends." And I said, "Why? It's just one day closer to the greatest day of the week, and that's Monday." And she thought for a second, and she says, "You know, you're right. I sit around all day on Sunday counting the hours until I got to be back to work Monday."
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, see, it's not only us. But with all these government offices shutting down and all of that they're tightening the bootstraps on, have you heard what it's doing to the unemployment rate? I haven't seen anything.
Honestly,
I mean, you know,
I think the unemployment rate, I think it did tick up a little bit with the last. I'll have to do a little digging there, but sure, it's got to be having an impact, yeah.
Well, I would think so. You know, for every action, there's a reaction, right?
Right.
So I would think we would be seeing the numbers go way up. Now, the Keystone Pipeline, have you heard anything about that maybe coming up? But that originates from Canada, right?
Yeah, the segment that needs to be completed is, yes, from Canada down into Oklahoma, at the Cushing, the storage facility there. From Cushing to the Gulf Coast is operational. Yeah. Now, so much time has passed after Biden shut it down there on his first day in office. The original investors have moved on. They can't seem to really find any keen interest in anyone wanting to come in and do the job and get the thing up and running.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering about that the other day. You know, I haven't heard anything about that possibility back on the table. That would be kind of nice, but with all the tariff stuff, and then I wondered if that played effect into it as well. So, anyway, I'm going to go chase around a little white ball this afternoon, and it's supposed to only be like 60 degrees in Clearwater today.
Wow.
Yeah, it's supposed to be pretty chilly. I'm fighting the wind right now. It's pretty windy down here, northern edge of Florida, northern end. But other than that, I guess that's all I got. I was watching if you heard anything about the unemployment numbers or any of that, the reaction to that.
Yep.
So, well, have a good weekend, and I appreciate you taking my call.
All right, you do the same there, and I do see the latest February's numbers. The unemployment rate was 4.1%. And obviously, with many of these government employees bearing the brunt of recent layoffs from the local Fox 5 there in D.C., the update from day before yesterday, the unemployment rate reaching new heights in comparison to recent years, with Washington, D.C. recording a jobless rate of 5.3%. Maryland's jobless rate tied with Virginia at 3%. For January of 25, both were higher than just a year ago. Virginia's January unemployment rate was up from 2.9 in December, 2.8 earlier a year ago. Of course, the numbers are going to continue to go up in the D.C. area with all these federal employees being furloughed or jobs being eliminated. But all right, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy, the midnight hour. It is TGIF, and that means for the last time this week, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker, as Steve is throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. Indeed, the stick shit eliminator. Power mic on. All right, the overnight drive. Hammer down 33 in Harrison, Ohio. One digit short of freezing. Who said spring is here? It is 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. Time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Once again, throw another log on the fire. Heat up that cup of joe. It is show time. Are you with me? Hello, Country Bumpkin, checking in. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Everybody drive safe out there tonight. There's Neil. Howdy, Steve, and the overnight crew. Marianne is on board. Hello to Bob in Michigan. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. We got a wet one here. Yeah, in the Northeast tonight. All right. Good morning, Steve. Happy Friday from Tank. 51 degrees in Choctaw, Oklahoma. Eastbound and down. Headed toward the home 20 via Memphis. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. And a great weekend. All right, Tapeworm checks in from Central Illinois. Booked a load to Florida for the weekend. Steve, let me know when the real spring arrives. Until then, I'm running down south. It's even going to be a little chilly there this weekend, right? As Captain Ron just mentioned. Hello, Jerry. Good morning, all. Hope you're doing okay at the secret bunker there, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Thanks to the men and women driving up and down the highways, bringing things to our shelves. And thank you, Steve, for bringing us the #1 show there. Tell them you love them every chance you get. All right. Hello, Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Happy finally Friday. Well, I'm at the house tonight. There were no runs today, so the dinghy one and myself did some deep cleaning of the house. With that said, I heard a lot of breaking today, and most brackets are broken, as there were 2 upsets here in day #1. I'll try to call in a bit later. It is 6 days until we hear those famous words, play ball, as it will be opening day. All right. Hello, James. Adios, Department of Education. Yeah, the official mandate was signed by President Trump this past day. We've got the full report there. Hillbilly Tex tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. Exit 81 off the Big 75. Shorty, I-77 northbound, Mount Airy, North Carolina with 45 degrees. He is Columbus bound tonight. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever day. 6 days till the Mid-America Truck Show, 30 days till Resurrection Sunday, 46 days till the mid-election, the May election. Of course, 91 days till the summer solstice. Got the usual run tonight. I sent you a news article about the EF1 tornado that hit near the Cincinnati International Airport last night. I saw that, Eskimo Mom. They didn't catch that on the radar, did they? They never sounded the sirens or anything. It didn't appear to be, that dramatic of a line pushing through, but obviously it was a small tornado. I think one of the hangar facilities or something, maybe one of the buildings on the construction was damaged there. Tonight we are mostly clear, breezy 39 degrees by the Ohio River in Cincinnati. Be safe, have a good weekend when you get to it. All right. Hello, Gilligan. Hello, Steve. Fellow listeners, it's cooled off at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. We're hanging at 48 degrees, a cloudy night. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Keep it shiny side up. Okay. What do we have? Buckeye Boy will be checking in coming up here. In the meanwhile, we'll get to Daryl Rubber Duck. A Friday. It is 844-844-3388. All right, trust you've had a good week. Lots to cover this Friday morning, so we'll delve into it right after the news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Coast Guard says it offloaded nearly 46,000 pounds of illegal drugs at Port Everglades in Florida today.
The drugs are worth over $500 million and were seized in over a dozen interdictions in the eastern Pacific Ocean. 34 suspected smugglers were taken into custody. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem spoke at the port, saying the interdictions and seizures are another milestone in President Trump's mission to protect our borders and stop the flow of illicit drugs and trafficking into the country. I'm Brian Shook.
President Trump is signing an executive order aimed at dismantling the Department of Education. The White House says test scores for kids have been in decline for years, and it's time to see education authority returned to individual states. Education Secretary Linda McMahon will have to get congressional approval to officially abolish the department. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, here comes the Friday. There you go, Pappy. Light them up. I got you. I got your message. Hello from the Ice Cream Man, checking in from Miami. Be reloading tomorrow, heading back to Houston, Texas. All right, safe travels there, Ice Cream Man. See what Daryl has going on this morning. Happy Friday, Daryl.
Thank you, Steve. How's the family and how's Striker?
Ready for the weekend?
Well, are you packed up and ready to go to the show?
Heck no.
Looks like they're going to open the Reds game on Thursday, same day the show opens.
You know, that's happened on a number of times over the years. Opening day, first day of the Mid-America Truck Show. Yep.
I had a neighbor that went and got walking drunk at one of the Reds opening days, and he was taking out his garbage can that night, and we live on a hill, and that thing flipped him, throwed him out in the street, cut his hand, and he had to go to a hand surgeon the next day.
Wow.
I hope the people don't drink so much when they go to opening day, because they get hurt when they get home or on their way home.
Well, you know, they start the morning off bright and early. You know, the sun comes up and they start partying down there at all the bars and get ready for the parade. And by the time the game starts, they're half crap faced already.
And by the ninth inning,
yeah, right.
I don't see how the guys get home. They sell a lot of beer down there at that place. $9 a bottle. I drink water.
Exactly.
On one of your news shows there, they said that Iowa wanted to serve school lunches that are raised in Iowa, and I thought the kids might get tired of eating corn on the cob and hominy grits. What else do you think they raise in Iowa?
Isn't Iowa famous for the pork chop sandwiches, aren't they?
Well, now I could go for the pork chop sandwiches.
Yeah.
That would beat the South meat sandwiches I had in Arkansas going to school. Did you ever eat any South meat? Hog's head cheese?
I have not. I'm not familiar. Never even heard of it.
Well, you eat it with mustard, but it fills your stomach up when you're hungry. They call it souse meat or hog's head cheese, either one, down in Arkansas. And you got a guy that advertises Effingham, Indiana, all the time, working on trucks, and the guys that go out west call that Effenberg. Every time I hear Effingham, I think of Effenberg.
Right.
They nicknamed it going out to St. Louis. And you ask somebody where they're going, they say going to Effenberg. You have a good time at the truck show, and I may get by. I want to come by and see some of the guys that talk on the radio, like Grumpy and some of the guys. Maybe see Gouger there.
I think.
I hope ever.
Yeah, Gouger's not going to be able to make it. He mentioned that earlier.
Is that right?
Yeah, Grump is going to be there. I know Grump will be there. Yeah, for all 3 days, I think. Double R is going to be coming down. Old Buckwheat and Mario Kart will be there. I know that's Mario Kart, one of my best advertisers. He loves promoting the Steve Sommers overnight. There'll be plenty of folks for you to meet. Cue Ball's going to be there. We're actually slated to interview Cue Ball, I think, on Saturday. I was looking at the schedule earlier, but yeah, there'll be plenty of folks to meet there.
Well, that's what I thought, and I always enjoy talking to them. Man, some of those guys are just downright interesting when you talk to them face to face.
Right.
And you've developed a cadre over the years, like your dad did, and you got a legacy to be proud of, Steve, and I enjoy what you've done.
All right, we'll look forward to seeing you there, Daryl. And I spoke to Vic, but he normally makes it a practice of coming down to the truck show every year. I don't know how many years consecutively I've seen Vic there. I know he was there last year, but I didn't actually even get a chance to talk to him. Speaking of which, had my FaceTime meeting with Ryan. I was under the impression we were going to be broadcasting, recording live from 11 a.m. till 4 p.m. He had set everything up. He said, I had set it up from noon to 5. So for Thursday and Friday, he's got me slated from noon to 5. And then Saturday, it will be 10 to 3. Okay, so noon to 5. So I'll have some time to meet and greet, shake hands around the booth there. Yeah, Thursday and Friday before the noon hour. If you want to swing on over, we'll be there. Meanwhile, who else checking out? I mentioned Buckeye Boy. Here we go from Marco Island, Florida, 70 degrees. Beautiful this past day. I had a high about 77, sunshine. Good day of golf with a couple from Toronto. I played fairly well. Had a birdie. I made about a 30-foot chip shot on another. Sank a 25-foot putt. Had a great drive on a couple of holes, so it's always good when you have a good round, isn't it? Also mixed in some shots that made one think I didn't know how to play golf. Anyway, the radical left judges, the criminal activists continue to wage war on President Trump and Elon Musk, who are doing no more than trying to make this country great again, a better place. They're hypocrites, mentally deranged, Trump derangement syndrome, Elon derangement syndrome. It's my hope the Supreme Court can reel these rogue judges in. Pam Bondi and her team can actually arrest and convict the domestic terrorists who are attacking Tesla dealers and Tesla vehicle owners. I'll be down here for another 2.5 days. We'll load Sunday, head back. So I'll check in Sunday night, rolling into the greatest day of the week. Have a great night, a better weekend, and everybody be careful out there. There's sunshine checking in at 19 Wilmington, Ohio, 34 degrees tonight. Hello, Norman, North Central Kansas. The blizzard is over. We are now headed for Wichita. We just fueled up. We're heading out. Everybody have a great morning. All right, safe travels out there. Too Tall. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Hope all is doing well. Take care, and you got it. Be safe out there. 844-844-3388. See what Rubber Duck has going on. What's the deal? What kind of bad luck you having now?
So the daughter hadn't even left Baltimore when I got over to Orlando Airport. They were due into Orlando at like 11:55 p.m. So I figured I'd get there good and early. I could get a nap. So I'm sitting there, and she says, "We haven't even boarded the plane yet." Like, what do you mean you haven't boarded the plane yet? She says, "Why did you drive all the way over there from the hotel?" I said, "Because it's an hour and some odd change drive, hon. I wanted to make sure nothing went wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want you standing there waiting for me." So I got to thank Hertz for giving me the Dodge Challenger instead of the Mazda 3. I laid the seat back. Very uncomfortable trying to take a nap, but I got my nap. And I got a call at about 2 minutes prior to your show starting that they were sitting on a runway in Baltimore. They had canceled the plane. They were taking them back to the terminal. So she's not going to be able to make it. Her plane would leave at noon tomorrow. So the funeral's at 10:30. So she's not going to be able to make it. And she's heartbroken because she was really close to both her grandparents. She was the oldest. You know, she was my mom's first grandchild. And, but anyway, so there's a hot rod run at the Speedway this weekend, so I got something to keep my mind off of it while I'm bumming around down here, but I won't have my buddy with me. I miss her. And my alligator. She's the one who used to go coast to coast with me. We'd drop her off at her grandmother's in California, her other grandmother. And I'd make a round back, and she'd stay about a month or so, and I'd make another round, go back, pick her up, and bring her back. We had good times trucking together. I'm wondering if Philip's out here passing me someplace. Hi, Philip, wherever you are. So anyway, I'm going to get back to the hotel. Hopefully I can still get a beer someplace. It's been one of them days.
Right?
But I got a good boss man. I gotta thank him and his wife, Jack and Janelle, at Redline Auto Transport. There's a reason you work for a small company. He was on the phone with me Saturday night when I got the news. He was on the phone with me Sunday morning to make sure I was okay. He made sure that I made this trip, and he made sure that I had the means to do everything I needed to do while I was down there. And you ain't going to get that from a big Fortune 500 company with brass towers.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to say. So I'm going to let somebody else get on. God bless everybody, the regular crew. And I don't even want to look at my bracket. If he said there was 2 upsets, I'm toast. I think I was toast on the 4 play-in games. I think one of those screwed mine up.
Wow.
That first 8, I think one of mine, I think it was the ASU. I thought that was Appalachian State. It was Alabama State or something, and they wound up winning, I think, and I think that one killed me.
And Alabama State lost to Auburn. Of course, Auburn was a number 1 seed, but who'd we have here? Round 1, the big day. Creighton over Louisville. That's kind of an upset. That's a 9 seed over an 8 seed. Louisville out. Round number 1. We had Purdue over High Point. That was as should have been a number 4 over a 13 seed. Wisconsin over Montana, 85-66. Houston over SIUE, 78-40. That wasn't even a game, so okay. But Houston, the number 1 seed, of course. You got a number 1 versus a 16 seed. Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to work at. That was the case. Alabama State losing to Auburn, 83-63. Now, that was a 1 seed versus a 16. We did have McNeese State over Clemson. Clemson was a number 5 seed, upset. McNeese State, 12 seed, 69-67 final there. How many had picked Clemson to go a lot further than the first round? BYU over VCU, 80-71. Gonzaga over Georgia, 89-68. Tennessee down in Woodford. You had Arkansas over Kansas, 79-72. Texas A&M downs Yale. Drake over Missouri. upset a number 11 seed versus a 6 seed. A 67-57, the final score there. So there's two pretty big upsets, right? UCLA, a 7 seed over number 10 seed Utah State. St. John's over Omaha. Michigan downing UC San Diego here just a few hours ago. And one of the final games of the evening was Texas Tech over UNCW. 77-66. There's day number 1. How are your brackets looking? You know, matter of fact, it looks like there's still a couple minutes in that game there with Texas Tech. They're not even done yet. So we got about 2 minutes left in that game. 77-66, the current score. Wow, playing late into the evening. Hell, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, but all right, 844-3388. The numbers to dial up the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, good morning, Double R. Check it in via Facebook. Morning, Steve and the Hot Shot family just crossed over into Texas, headed for Laredo. Everybody be safe out there today. I'll be calling in a bit. All right, looking forward to hearing from Double R there. Well, much of the sporting world is focused on the March Madness basketball. This past day, we also kicked off the NCAA Wrestling Championships in Philadelphia. Of course, keen on watching my nephew, Lucas Bird, wrestling for the Fighting Illini. This is probably, I guess this is going to be kind of it for his college wrestling career. He graduating, and this is it. Going into the tourney at a number 1 seed in the country in the 133-pound weight bracket. Had two matches this past day, winning both of them, as was expected. Should be the case for the number 1 seed. I think he first one he passed day in the NCAA college wrestling world. So a little after the noon hour today will be the first quarterfinal round, and I'm trying to recall, his opponent will be a wrestler from Penn State. Penn State is like the college wrestling They dominate. They went undefeated this past day in college at the NCAA, 20-0. Every Penn State wrestler winning every match this past day. His quarterfinal matchup, again, just afternoon today, will be the number 8 seed, who is a Penn State wrestler. It's all right. Got your work cut out for you. Don't get the big head, but we'll be tuned in, locked and loaded, again, a little after the noon hour. And it's all being covered by ESPN, by the way. You can catch that college wrestling all live from Philadelphia. All right, meanwhile, talking about these leftist liberal judges trying to rule from the bench. Yeah, the border czar, Tom Homan, had a rather blunt message for the district judge who ordered the deportation flight that were packed with terrorists to turn around mid-flight last weekend. Homan was attending a Socratic stage event at the New College of Florida in Sarasota, along with Governor Ron DeSantis and the former acting Homeland Security Secretary Chad Wolf this past day. They covered a number of topics, including President Trump's recent invocation of the Alien Enemies Act from 1798, aimed against the Venezuelan gang, the Tren de Aragua. At one point, the host asked Homan about the recent controversy surrounding this judge, James Bolsberg, who last Saturday ordered the departing flights full of terrorists to turn around, come back. More than 250 terrorists were aboard the flights, including gang members from the MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Their rap sheets included kidnapping, sexual abuse of a child, aggravated assault, prostitution, robbery, aggravated assault on a police officer. The judge wanted time to determine the legality of Trump's mass deportation via the Alien Enemies Act. Now, Homan said what basically he wanted us to do was turn planes around in midair full of terrorists and bring them back to the United States, which is ridiculous. And we didn't do it. Now it's under investigation. Now I've been clear. I'll let the Department of Justice fight it out. I'm not a lawyer. I am a cop. We'll let the lawyers fight it out. But the bottom line is, we're not going to stop what we're doing. We're going to arrest illegal aliens today. We're going to arrest Tren de Aragua today. We're going to deport Tren de Aragua today. We're going to deport criminals every single day. They're not going to stop us. The district court judge is not going to stop us from making this country safe again. We will keep moving forward. In a filing on Wednesday this week, the Department of Justice accused this Judge Bossberg of digressive micromanagement after he tried to stop the flights. After the fact, the judge demanded the Department of Justice answer 5 questions by the noon hour on Wednesday. He wanted to know, number 1, what time did the plane take off from U.S. soil and from where? What time did it leave U.S. airspace? What time did it land in which foreign country, including if it made more than one stop? What time were individuals subject solely to the proclamation transferred out of U.S. custody? And how many people were aboard solely on the basis of proclamation? According to the Attorney General Pam Bondi, the Deputy Attorney General, they said that this court has now spent more time trying to ferret out information about the government's flight schedules and relations with foreign countries than it did investigating the facts before clarifying the class action in this case. That observation reflects how upside down this case has become, as digressive micromanagement has outweighed consideration of the case's actual legal issues. So anybody, what would possess a federal judge to order planes in the air filled with illegals who are gang criminals to turn around? Well, how about the judge's wife being the founder of an abortion non-governmental organization funded by USAID, and his daughter, Catherine, whose employer is Partners for Justice. That's an organization that provides legal support to criminal illegal aliens and gang members. Lo and behold, there's more to that. I mean, you talk about a direct conflict of interest here. Nothing bigger than conflict of interest in this particular case with this judge. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel's your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has signed an executive order dismantling the Department of Education. The White House says test scores for kids have been in decline for years, and it's time to see education authority return to the states.
The teachers' unions, unfortunately, have not been standing up for America's students, and that's what's most important at the end of the day. And our great teachers deserve great guidance from, again, those closest to them in their states.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, the executive order directs Education Secretary Linda McMahon to take all necessary steps to facilitate the closure of the department. The Education Department was first established under President Carter in 1979. One of the migrants deported with Venezuelan gang members has no criminal record. Franco Caraballo was unexpectedly detained during a routine check-in with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. He was then deported to El Salvador, accused of being part of a Venezuelan gang. His lawyer says Caraballo is a barber with no criminal record in the U.S. or Venezuela and has not been charged with illegally entering the nation. He added that his client was not given due process. The markets were pleased yesterday after the Federal Reserve says they are leaving the interest rates unchanged.
Dr. Amir Khan with the University of Arizona and Ardent Advisory Group says Fed Chair Jerome Powell made it clear he's not worried about tariffs sparking inflation.
His confidence of saying, yes, it's a concern, but I don't think that this will be a long-term concern, I think relieved the markets. And you saw that reaction in the markets that the markets were up.
Powell said a severe downturn still isn't likely. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 11 points. The S&P 500 also down by 12 points. The Nasdaq lost 59 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
If you want to keep working into the next decade, chances are you need to learn some new skills.
LinkedIn is out with their 2025 list of the 15 fastest growing skills in the U.S. LinkedIn data shows that by 2023, 70% of the skills used in most jobs will change. So what skills should you learn? In the top 3, adaptability. The most common job titles: teacher, administrative assistant, project manager. At number 2, conflict mitigation. In this current atmosphere, no explanation needed. The most common job titles: customer service representative, administrative assistant, and project manager. And at number 1, AI literacy. The most common job titles: software engineer, product manager, chief executive officer. I'm Michael Kastner.
Tesla owners are expressing concern after discovering an online map with a Molotov cocktail image as the cursor. It contains their personal information, including home addresses.
This comes as activists against CEO Elon Musk are vandalizing Teslas across the country. Earlier this month, President Trump had a message for anyone who targeted Tesla.
You do it to Tesla and you do it to any company, we're going to catch you. You're going to go through hell.
Launched on Monday, the map lists the names and details of Tesla owners, dealerships, and Trump administration members. The site encourages vandalism, suggesting people spray paint Teslas to unleash their artistic flair. Musk condemned the website on X, calling the promotion of vandalism extreme domestic terrorism. I'm Lisa Taylor.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes: combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Kicking off round number 2, hour number 2, as we work our way into a Friday from time zone to time zone. All right, the phone's lightened up, so let me quickly, I want to get back to this judge, this activist judge with a direct conflict of interest. Yeah, we left off there before the news break, talking about his daughter, Catherine, who was employed by an organization known as Partners for Justice, an organization that provides legal support to criminal illegal aliens and gang members. Surprise. This organization's Partners for Justice, PFJ, receives 76% of its funding from government grants. This organization actively opposes deportations mass incarceration, and laws targeting violent gangs like Tren de Aragua. They take credit for eliminating 5,000 years of prison time for illegals since 2018. It was the investigative journalist Laura Loomer who kind of connected the dots here. Shortly after she did so, Catherine Mossberg, the daughter, deleted her LinkedIn and Instagram accounts, trying to scrub her connections from public view. This obviously raises a major ethical red flag. The Code of Conduct for U.S. judges states judges must disqualify themselves from cases where their impartiality could be questioned. Specifically, it states a judge should step aside when a close family member has an interest that could be substantially affected by the outcome of the proceeding. Yeah, Laura Loomer's reporting makes it very clear this is not just a minor ethical issue, it's a serious conflict that could impact national security. I mean, the judge overseeing these deportation cases should not have any personal connections to groups that stand to gain from his ruling. But here we are with a sitting U.S. judge making decisions that align perfectly with his daughter's professional interest. What do you say, Dan? Good morning.
I don't know. I should have turned the radio off. You're getting my blood pressure up the more I listen to this.
Sorry.
I'll tell you what, Steve. No. I mean, thank you. I mean, I did not read it. I've read about the case. And just who do you think appointed him, got him into the federal judiciary as an associate circuit judge?
I know he was an Obama appointee. That's all I've seen.
As a U.S. district judge, but none other than the white trash George W. Bush.
Really?
Appointed him as yes, that is who brought him into the federal judiciary. He's from San Francisco, and Daddy came to work in New York or D.C. On the Great Society, Lyndon Baines Johnson. But I mean, what's going to happen? I mean, on my thought train, because you just released information. Is there a way that he can be disciplined and disbarred for doing this? I wondered who brought this case. Now, obviously, him and his trashy family are stupid. For you know what I'm saying? I mean, this is 101 in the investigation class. Go see what his family's connections are.
Mm-hmm.
This Laura Loomer, the investigative journalist, true journalism, what outlet is she with? I mean, who is she? Is she with, like, what is she with? Breitbart, or
her name I've recognized for years, and I'm thinking she might have used to be. I'll do some double checking.
I mean, or if she's on Substack or something like that. But I mean, to come in there and to ask, I mean, to come in there and have I wondered, well, who brought this before this judge? So did this Partners for Justice? Isn't that? I mean, that's the other thing? We're funding them. We're funding that organization. So, I mean, those lawyers aren't donating their time. They're getting paid by the American taxpayers, the backward people that we've been for a lot of this stuff to go on. I mean, I wonder who brought this, because something has to go before a judge. Somebody's got to file a motion. You know what I'm saying? For the judge to hear the case, and the issue is bogus. I mean, he's done. This case is over with. I mean, and quite frankly, he should be gone. Not that anything will happen to him, right? So, I'm absolutely shocked, and I don't know what else to say. The other thing was, when Grump called in about, the drivers, and you've been talking about it, have to speak English and be able to read. Well, that's because I thought when I took my hazmat test, and I could be wrong, renewed my hazmat, I thought they offered that test in Missouri, where he's from, in Spanish. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But I thought that there was like a bilingual option for that.
There's about a dozen different states that offer the test in several languages. Some states actually offer to have interpreters to help. It varies from one state to the next.
I may be wrong on that in Missouri, but I thought that was. And the other thing that I was going to ask him and the other callers that have, contributed or chimed in on this, if a driver is licensed in, let's say, I run into a lot of drivers out here where I operate, which is basically I-40 out of Memphis going both ways, 600 miles, and then down to Texas, where I'm coming from. But I see a lot of these like EGO trailers and transportation. They're out of Ontario. Okay. Do those they have a Canadian commercial driver's license. Are they required to read English as well? Or let's say a driver coming from Mexico, where the license was issued in Mexico and the truck is licensed in Mexico. Are they required to be able to read English? I mean, my point is there's two different standards. Maybe if they go through for a roadside check, they do it, or we wait for an accident to happen, or is that what you call a quintessential loophole in the law that would allow them not to have to read English because they're not licensed in the United States? And in that case, why in the hell are they being allowed to cross the border coming into our country? As far as that's concerned, tour buses, Mexican-based tour buses, there's more of them on the highway than there are Greyhound buses or charter coaches from America. And at least down this way, coming up 59 out of Houston or 35 out of Laredo and Dallas and over 30. I'm just curious. I don't know. Are they required to meet our standards is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know that many of the drivers coming out of Canada, of course, Quebec they speak French. I don't think they're required. I mean, the FMCSA regulations still has it in there, but it is no longer considered an out-of-service criteria. If you get pulled in for an inspection, or whatever, they don't put you out of service for not being able to read or speak English.
Well, okay. Now you wonder who's responsible for the death in Texas. If that guy had been put out of service, number one, the company that hired him and knows what his record is and continue to have him allowed. They're just as guilty of murder to me as he is. They gave him the keys to that death machine. The other thing is when they come here, I see what you're saying. That's not an out of service. But there are other people that I see, quite frankly, they look like they're Middle Eastern, that come out of Canada. Maybe some other parts, Africa and places like that. I don't know. And I mean, when they get a Canadian commercial driver's license, maybe you've got a driver or two that has that, but I wondered how that happens because when I heard that, as I told you, I thought that when I took that hazmat test, I thought that was I have to renew my hazmat every 5 years, I think it is, every 5 years. And when I took the hazmat test, I thought they offered it in Spanish. And the same thing holds true for drivers from south of the border from Mexico. I mean, Do they have to require, as far as that's concerned, we have obligations. Like I got one of my trailers tonight's got 3 placards on it. Well, do they have to have the same requirements to haul hazardous materials through the U.S.? If anybody can chime in on that, I'll try to Google the question myself. But anyway, well,
ironically,
that's what I've been. Yeah.
Okay, well, I do have kind of an update on that. We were going to get to Dan. Thank you so much. And that, as I mentioned, I think last evening, it's due to the incident 1 week ago today. That was in Austin, Texas. Yeah, 17 vehicles involved, 5 fatalities. It's now making national headlines and garnering the attention because millions of people, like Dan is asking, millions of people are saying, well, how do these people that can't read or speak English, how do they have a CDL to operate here in the U.S.? The latest was actually Breitbart News this past day. Tell you what they had to say coming up in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Now, we've been talking about it, essentially for years. The English language requirement, no longer an out-of-service criteria. Another group speaking out, American Truckers United, said we're trying to make a statement so that the feds will do something. Shannon Everett is the co-founder of American Truckers United, saying the foreign truck drivers, including many illegals, are killing American drivers, slashing truckers' income, and pushing companies out of business. Now, we shared the story. FreightWaves described last Friday's incident, the disaster with the truck slamming into the back of a traffic jam. The man arrested as authorities continue to investigate the cause of the crash that killed 5. As we know, 17 vehicles involved, including the tractor trailer hauling goods for Amazon. At about 11:30 p.m., I-35 last Friday evening. 5 dead at the scene, including a child and an infant, 11 others hospitalized. It was the 37-year-old Solomon Araya, the Dallas-based driver, that was, of course, arrested, charged with 5 counts of intoxication manslaughter, 2 counts of intoxication assault. Detained and identified. The affidavit says he spoke mostly Tigrinya, a language spoken in Eritrea, and northern Ethiopia. But he also understood and spoke some English. But the field sobriety test showed he could not keep his balance or focus on instructions. It was swaying from side to side and front to back. Officials also noticed eyelid tremors and determined, based on the test results, that due to either a drug or controlled substance, he did not have the normal use of his mental and physical faculties to safely operate a motor vehicle. Foreign truck drivers are pushing up the highway accident rate and pushing Americans out of jobs, well-paying truck routes, according to Everett. The sector's always eager for more new drivers because it loses so many overworked, underpaid Americans each year. Many cargo brokers hire illegal aliens to deliver goods to and from U.S. sites. The migrants often work in groups of 2 or more, allowing them to deliver goods faster and at less cost than charged by American drivers. On the best paid routes, the labor dumping, as referred to it, ensures that brokers can cut Americans out of good wages and jobs, and they're pushing multiple American trucking companies out of business. The rising number of foreign drivers enabled by the federal government's decision to roll back border rules and driver safety requirements, including the rule that drivers are expected to understand English. Many migrants took trucking jobs after being welcomed through President Biden's loose borders, either at the southern border or at an international airport. For us, the biggest problem is illegal immigrants coming in and getting the license without anything. Ramon Dillon, the founder of the California-based North American Punjabi Truckers Association. No training, no language test, no nothing. They still get it. Federal and state rules make it easy for migrants to get commercial driver's licenses. You can go ahead, get your written test passed in California, your physical done in California, your drug test done in California. Then you can go to Utah for your skills test. In 10 states, the drive test is given by a private third-party company, so those people, they'll pass you in the drive test by accepting money. Now, there is a proposed rulemaking in the federal agencies right now working their way through that, where they want more states to do the same thing because they think there's a shortage of drivers. We always say there's no shortage. It's a driver retention crisis because companies are not taking care of the drivers the way they should. That's why people are coming in and leaving the industry so quick. 12 states, including Washington, D.C., that have state-only testing, while 29 states have a combination of third-party and state testing, leaving 10 states with third-party testing only. The migrant influx into trucking is extraordinarily rapid. In 2021, for example, National Public Radio reported that the North American Punjabi Trucking Association estimates Punjabi Sikhs make up 20% of the country's truckers and control as much as 40% of the industry in California. They did not estimate the share who are illegal migrants who are working illegally on tourist visas. Drivers from Eastern Europe are also getting on U.S. roads. Freight Raves described illegals driving as East Europeans, including one driver who said he was pressured to drive for 50 hours straight. Many of us in the trucking industry know this is nothing less than human trafficking, and it's been going on since the 1990s when the Berlin Wall fell. Joe Rakovacs, Director of Governmental Affairs for the Western States Trucking Association, said men from Eastern Europe and India were brought over by some companies with false promises of a better life and were enslaved to drive a truck. Everett's been pushing federal agencies to deal with problems caused by migrant truckers since 2019, after he had to lay off 450 U.S. drivers at his Arkansas trucking firm. He had made no progress under Joe Biden's administration. None at all, he said. Things, may be changing here in the coming days. All right. Gary is on board. I believe that's Gary Collins. It's been a while since we've had a chance to chat. We'll get to buckwheat on down the line. It's, after I couldn't hardly buy, beg, or steal a call last evening, we're loaded up tonight, so we'll get our news break just ahead here. Fort Lauderdale, I heard the headline earlier. I mean, we talk about drug busts, sometimes in the hundreds of pounds, sometimes it may be several thousand pounds. I've never heard of anything this gargantuan. The U.S. Coast Guard offloading more than 45,000 pounds, mostly cocaine, at Port Everglades this past day. An unprecedented seizure. The drugs, which authorities valued at more than $500 million, $500 million worth, intercepted during 14 separate interdictions of smuggling vessels off the coast of Mexico, Central America, and South America. They did not provide specific details on the takedowns, but the Coast Guard has previously used tactics like firing on boat engines from helicopters to stop their boats dead in the water. But 45,000 pounds, that is incredible. Back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A Southwest Airlines flight had to abort takeoff from the Orlando airport today. An air traffic controller canceled the plane's takeoff clearance after the pilot mistakenly began to depart on a taxiway rather than the runway. Southwest says the plane stopped safely and returned to the gate. No one was injured. The NTSB is investigating. Greenpeace is being ordered to pay $660 million to a Texas company over their involvement in the Dakota pipeline protests.
A jury at a civil trial in North Dakota on Wednesday decided that the environmental group is liable for defamation and for orchestrating criminal behavior at the protests held nearly 10 years ago on the Standing Rock Reservation. Texas pipeline company Energy Transfer Partners successfully argued that Greenpeace incited people to protest by using a misinformation campaign. Greenpeace had denied the claims. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it here. Hope you've had a good week. Here comes a Friday. The weekend is upon us. Morning, Gary. How you been?
Pretty good, bud. Just working on the race car stuff. Trying to get the new car done.
So how's progress? Are we gonna? Is it gonna be like what, next season before you're ready to debut the new one, or?
No. I'm gonna have it out hopefully by the middle to the end of April. Here, it's gonna be out. If everything goes the way it's going right now, if I don't run into, to any major hiccups,
right,
it should be out sometime in April. We should be out tested a couple times. I'm wanting to go to a race the end of April. Should be its first race, and then we got one in 1st of May, and then the end of May. As soon as I get the schedule put together, when I know I'm going to have the car done, I'll shoot it to you in a text or something. But yeah, I got to finish up painting the old car. That's part of the deal when I sold it to a guy. I got to repaint it, which I wanted to repaint it anyway, so people don't say, "Hey, we seen your car running. What happened?" No, ain't my car no more.
Mm-hmm.
They assume because of that car, people still think that I owned a 57, and I haven't owned it in going on 4 years now. That guy's only run that car about a dozen times, and he's got it all for sale now. I don't know what. This gonads ain't big enough to run it, I don't reckon.
So what's your new what's the new car? What kind of car is it?
It's a 37 Chevy Coupe.
Wow.
Yeah, it'll be the third 37 Chevy that I've owned racing. I seem to always go back to one for some reason. But this one's pretty sharp looking. Like I said, I'm refabbing it, making it making it the way I want it. Driver friendly for me, and plus all the tune-up stuff that we added to the car should be considerably quicker. It's been almost a year in the making, so. But I didn't really race that much last year.
Mm-hmm.
We only went out 5 or 6 times all year, and it seemed like every time we went, we broke something. So it's time to change. So that's what we done. But just been working a little bit, playing with the race car stuff. But I'll shoot you a picture of the car. I got some pictures of the car. It's pretty sharp. It's black. I don't really care for black, but that's what it was already painted.
Okay.
It's just hard to keep clean at a racetrack.
Right. It shows all the dirt.
And every time you touch it, it'll show a scratch if you ain't careful with the dirt on, the dust. But it'll be black. I'm not going to paint it. It's got a fairly fresh paint job on it, so it's going to stay black. I'll just have to deal with it. But I just wanted to call in and let you know.
Yeah, we'll shoot that over my way, and we'll share that with our friends on Facebook so we can know which car to be looking for out there.
All right, buddy. Thanks. You have a good one.
All right. Thanks for checking in. Have a great weekend. And there you go. Safe travels. Morning, Buckwheat.
Good morning, Steve. How are you doing this morning?
Friday.
Hello, you got me?
Yeah, we
I'm
got
in
you.
a bad spot, I believe.
I got you loud and clear. How are you?
Hello.
Uh-oh. Well, I can hear you, but he can't hear me.
Okay. Oh, now I hear you.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, I just dropped in a hole there, and it's a bad spot, I guess. But yeah, I want to talk about it. Interstate 80. I sort of warned the drivers coming through New Jersey at exit 34 in the town of Wharton. They're having trouble with sinkholes. And they just, Wednesday afternoon, they closed down the westbound lanes also. The eastbound lane's been closed for a couple months now, or a couple weeks. And I went through there, last Friday, and it was like, man, you have sinkholes in the eastbound lanes. I mean, the westbound lanes are only a couple feet away. I'll say this is going to be solid. And I guess on Wednesday afternoon, I had a hole open up, and in between the two lanes, a 15-foot hole. And so they decided, well, we're going to shut everything down. So yeah, I'm not sure what for detour you'd have to use to go around that. But yeah, they were. I looked up some news report this morning, and they were saying that back in 1796 they had a mine open up, and then the mine closed in 1890 something, and they back in year 2020 they said that they built Interstate 80 over top of the opening of the mine, and they did not close the opening right, and that's why all these sinkholes are happening. And so, yeah, I'm not sure. They were saying the westbound lanes are going to be closed for a couple more months yet, so they get it all fixed up. So, yeah, that's something to be on the lookout for.
Seems like every time they get one sinkhole, all patched up and ready to reopen, now they're finding more and more. And I wonder if it was some of the incredible flooding here a few months ago that might have opened up some of those old abandoned mines, the water flowing through, breaking them down.
I don't know. Nothing was said about that. Water does a lot of stuff.
Yeah, right.
Water is very powerful. But yeah, so I got the results from my biopsy on Wednesday night. The doctor called me and he said that there is no cancer, so we're good to go.
Wow, good.
Let's see you in 6 months. So, but I told Brother Rambler there that we're going to have to change his name because the Sunday before I went in for the prostate thing, he said to God, he believes that there's going to be no cancer and that he's positive on that. And so we're going to have to change Brother Rambler to Prophet Rambler. We're going to have to change his handle there because, you know, he's better than a brother. He's a prophet. He's a good prophet.
Wow. How about that?
But anyhow, yeah, it has to be a little excited, you know. But so yeah, we're looking forward to seeing you next week. We plan to be there Thursday and Friday. We're going to leave Thursday morning from Pennsylvania and got motel rooms for Thursday night and Friday night. So we're hopefully swing in by there Thursday afternoon to see you. I don't know. I was planning to show up, you know, after 4 o'clock, but I heard your schedule is you're going to be on the show till 5. So, yeah, we'll work it out. But anyhow, Ashton Mario Kart, really don't know nothing about seniors yet. We generally don't let him know when we're going on a trip because too far in advance, because then he's packing everything and he has bags and he puts all his toys and he wants to take everything in the kitchen sink along.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So, but anyhow, but yeah, we're on our way to New York City this morning, and so yeah, well, that's all I have today. So we'll speak at you later.
All right, thanks for checking in there. We'll see you hopefully next week, right? Countdown is on, Mid-America Truck Show. All right, let me see what's going on with Eagle. Eagle on a Friday, TGIF.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
What's going on, Eagle?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm out here on the road. Yeah, it look like I might be able to get to down the Homestead. Maybe I got to talk to my boss tomorrow after down here and see where the hell am I at. Yeah, I'm in Jacksonville right now, Jacksonville, Florida. So yeah, I'll find out tomorrow if they gonna let me get me a load down to Miami, and then I try to go to the race on Sunday, Homestead. I've never been there, but so we'll see what happens. I'm still waiting on find a load. But yeah, you know, I want to make a comment about Florida, Steve, about the drivers. Before I get into some other things I want in politics, Florida, it really disappointed me. Florida, it's been a while since I've been to Florida, Steve. It's been probably about 10 months since I've been there. But the drivers in Florida are very, very aggressive. Very aggressive. It's not too bad. Not too bad at the top of Florida on Interstate 10. Those people there, they drive pretty good in Pensacola and Tallahassee and some of the Live Oak. I didn't really have too many problems with those people. But as soon as I got on Interstate 75, and especially on the other section of it, the toll road that goes down to Orlando, the people are very aggressive. They don't respect trucks. They cutting over in front of trucks. They speeding. They doing a lot of. I was really shocked at the way people drive, because Florida used to have the best drivers. You know, matter of fact, they used to say Florida was people drive too slow because it was a bunch of old people.
Right.
You know, that had retired. But that's not the case anymore as far as I see. These people are real dangerous in Florida. Like I said, it caught me by surprise, the aggressiveness of some of these drivers in Florida. So hopefully they need to have more patrol. I didn't see. I was shocked. I didn't see not one police, Steve, from when I crossed into Florida from the Alabama line all the way to Jacksonville. Didn't see not one law enforcement man on Interstate 10. So they need to have more people out, laws on the road to control these drivers, because they definitely out of control. Now, I want to go back to what I said last night, Steve, about the astronauts that just came back. I learned some more very interesting news this afternoon, and I really feel bad. You know, I don't know if you maybe you can answer this question for me right quick. Have maybe I missed it. Have any of these astronauts done any interviews or talked to the media since they got back? Do you know the answer?
Not that I'm aware of. I have not seen anything in regard. I mean, as I mentioned last Eve, they're in Houston at like the Johnson Space Center, and it's like they're in a 45-day rehab program.
Yeah. That's basically what I've heard. Yeah, I was just trying to make sure I didn't miss the interview because I haven't seen anything. Yeah, Steve, some very bad things. Space, people's bodies were not meant to be in space for this amount of time, from what I'm learning. Very bad things happen to you. They said that, from one information I heard, is that this woman, Sunny, that her bones are like brittle. They said that if she coughed or something, that she could break her ribs. That's how brittle your bones, because your body is not used to, it hasn't had gravity, and you lose a lot of muscle. They say that you lose all your strength. You can't even walk. And they said the radiation that is in your body from being there that amount of time. And you can see it on the woman's face, Steve. Her jaw and face. They said that your face falls down. That woman, she looked like like I say, I think they say she's 58, 59, and she looked like she about 70 or 80 years old right now. It really devastated that woman, her face. I feel real bad for her, because it didn't have to happen like that. They was only supposed to be up there for 8 days, and it turned into 9 or 10 months. So it's really sad what happened to these people. So hopefully they'll have a full recovery, and everything will get better for these people in the next couple of weeks. Now, one other thing I wanted to say right quick, Steve, and that concerns the truck driving, because we got a lot of controversy going on with people talking about, do you need to speak English to be able to operate a truck in the USA? And the answer is yes, you need to be able to speak English. There's nothing about discriminating against nobody. But you cannot operate a truck if you don't understand the language of the country that you operate in. Just like me, I shouldn't. I'm a 100% guy, Steve. If I shouldn't be able to operate a truck in Mexico because I don't speak Spanish. I don't know how to read the signs. I don't know how to read their language. So why the hell am I driving a truck in Mexico? And the same thing goes for these drivers from other countries. If they don't understand the language and know how to read the language, then they don't need to be operating no truck in the USA. And people that hire these guys on should be put out of business, because too many people don't get hurt, as you clearly see with this boy down in Texas. This guy shouldn't have been on the road to begin with. So hopefully they'll be in. Arkansas is already enforcing that law. I talked to you last week, Steve. They said that they are confiscating people's license, or they're giving you a $5,000 fine in Arkansas if you go into a scale and you don't speak the language and they find out about it, it could cost you money or your CDL. So I'm glad that they're enforcing this law because I'm tired of dealing with these guys that don't speak the language. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, we'll return right after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Real quick, like there in Arkansas, I know that there is legislation that has not yet made it to the governor's desk. Last I saw, it was in like a committee, like a transportation committee, that would offer like a $5,000 fine. You got to be able to read the road signs and all that. I do not believe there's any action on that yet taking place. I think there's, what do you call them? Rumors, social media rumors saying that it's actually taking place right now. I don't believe that's the case. It could in the future. If this legislation, which I think it's House Bill 1569 there in Arkansas. Meanwhile, let's see what's going on. What's up, Cue Ball?
Good morning, Steve. Oh, heck. Yeah, let me try to get through this. I'm trying to get parked and talk on the... I got my headset. I'll be good. Anyways, so, yeah, I'll be seeing you. As far as I remember, it'll be on Thursday between 3:30 and 4.
Okay.
If I remember correctly.
Okay. I couldn't remember which. I knew you were on there. That sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'll be also at the Green APU booth Thursday 1 to 3 and Friday 1 to 3 as well. So anybody want to shoot the crap with me, that's where I'll be at. So that's the basic plan. So also, everybody knows my friend Tim Gentry with Gentry and Sons. He's diligently working to get his truck they call Rooster all set up and bring that out there. He'll have his own booth there too, so I'll be hanging out over there a pretty good amount of time as well. So looking forward to it. A lot of stuff's going on in the world with a lot of
between me and a lot of my buddies, so we're pretty excited for it.
We're going to get like
Things weren't looking too good not that long ago. Now they're getting better.
Going to try to get the full report from Cue Ball there in Louisville next week. What do you think about the West Wing being kind of shut down, not using the West Wing this year?
Good riddance. It's not a very good area. It's very hard, just because of the way it's set up. It's kind of set up more of like a livestock barn than for a good truck show.
Yeah, livestock flea market. I'm often referred to as like
it's real dark in there.
It was like a flea market.
It's real hard to get set. Yeah, it's real hard to get set up in there too. It's like even just getting the trucks in and out of there, like you got to get through the girders that hold the ceiling up, and then they got these pieces that jut out, and it's like just waiting to snag a stack or your mirrors. It's real hard to deal with getting equipment in and out of there, and it's like you got to walk all the way around the arena. So
right. It was it's a long walk to get from the North Wing over there. All right, well, hey, hold the thought there, Cue Ball. We'll be right back. News break.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Canadian investigators say the Delta regional jet that crash landed in Toronto last month simply came down too fast. 21 people were injured when that plane flipped over and passengers were left hanging upside down in their seats. A preliminary report from the Transportation Board of Canada says an alert sounded 3 seconds prior to impact, which indicated a high rate of descent. Aviation expert Captain John Hawks appeared on NBC.
This was probably at least twice of what the normal rate of descent would be. So all of that force was concentrated in one area, which was far above what that component was designed for.
The landing gear collapsed when it touched the ground. The report did not say what caused the crash. An American who was imprisoned in Afghanistan for over 2 years is now a free man. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that 66-year-old George Gleesman was set free after weeks of negotiations between the United States and Qatar. Dennis Fitzpatrick is the attorney for Gleesman, and he spoke with WAGA.
He's going to be on a recovery period, but I know that he's going to come through this with flying colors.
Gleesman, a Delta Airlines mechanic, was held captive by the Taliban after that group retook control of Afghanistan. The recently released JFK assassination files contain Social Security numbers and other private information of former congressional staffers.
The Washington Post reports that more than 200 former staffers were impacted. The data was made public Tuesday when the Trump administration released 60,000 pages related to the 1963 assassination. Former Trump campaign lawyer Joseph DeGenova is among those who had his information released. He tells the Post it's absolutely outrageous, it's sloppy and unprofessional. DeGenova investigated intelligence abuses in the 1970s and says it makes sense his name is in there, but, quote, other sensitive stuff should have been redacted. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
A federal appeals court ruled that art created entirely by artificial intelligence cannot be copyrighted.
This week's ruling says there must be initial human authorship in order for a copyright to be issued. This means that in order for an AI-generated work to be copyrighted, a human must be the one directing or using the AI, and the AI can't be operating autonomously. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The New York Court of Appeals is striking down non-citizen voting in New York City.
Some non-citizens were granted the right to vote in municipal elections in 2022 when Mayor Eric Adams signed a bill giving them the right to vote for mayor, public advocate, city controller, borough president, and city council member. Republicans immediately sued, and on Thursday, New York's highest court declared that law unconstitutional, saying that only citizens have the right to vote. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Florida's House State Affairs Committee has approved a constitutional amendment that, if approved by voters, would create a Commissioner of Government Efficiency. Representative Anna Escamani has reservations about Florida getting its own Doge.
Doge, as it currently stands, has been a train wreck. And you look at the federal government with what Elon Musk has done in firing civil servants for no reason.
Tyler Soroy promises Florida would be different from the federal Doge because the state has the lowest state workforce per capita in the nation, so the government efficiency effort would be more of a scalpel versus a sledgehammer. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 33 degrees, Newcastle, Indiana. Just loaded the powerful chrome-plated cow truck for another high-speed trip to the land of Dixie. Steve, we have a need for livestock truckers. No foreigners here. So if a driver wants a good-paying, six-figure company job driving real trucks without timers, we have your game. It's a lot of long hours and hard, dirty work. But one of the best perks is you seldom have to worry about finding a place to park and sitting around for 10 hours. Yeah, we need good quality people. And that pretty much sums up an overnight drive listener. Good quality. Try it out. Become an American bull hauler. All right, special shout out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Hoosier State. Ever had any interest in bull hauling cue ball?
Actually, yes. I've never done it, but to me, I'd love to try it once or twice just to say I did.
Huh.
I've actually thought about that in the past. Yeah, I can't say I haven't thought about it. Lord knows. That would be quite the sight to see. I think it would. Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to the show this time. It's going to be just schedule-wise, it's going to be hectic just prior to it. But you know how it is, man. Everything's just all crazy, figuring out how to get down there and all that whatnot. Then once you're there, you have a blast and you don't want to go home. I don't know. That's just the experience it is. But I'm not like one of them other guys trying to get trucks in the show and stuff like that. I just got things I got to get done down there while I'm down there. But I don't know. One day I'll get something inside there, but not gonna be this year. Most of my stuff's tore up yet, so what a nightmare. But bigger and better things await. That's all.
It all takes some time.
Yeah, in a world of no doubt about it. No doubt about it, especially when you run a 41-year-old iron. But that's all good. We got big things coming up here too, so pretty things are starting to turn for the better. Starting to see light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak.
Right.
As long as it's not a train, we'll be okay. It's not a very wide tunnel. So, I'm looking at a lot of this stuff going on nowadays in the country, and you ever notice? Granted, I know things kind of, if you just pay attention to the news and not what's around you, things start to kind of look worse than they are. But you ever notice the similarities between what's going on today with the whole thing with the Tesla dealerships and people that own the cars, and say COVID season turning to riot season? You didn't notice that we're back to the media pretending that shooting up a car dealership and setting cars on fire, the media now wants to simply just call that a protest?
Uh-huh.
I don't know about you. That sounds more like arson to me. Last I checked, that's a crime, ain't it?
Of course. Well, this Pam Bondi wants to, but they're wanting to label it as domestic terrorism.
You know what? That's the thing too. We're throwing around terrorism term around too much. Call it what it is. I don't care. You could call it. To me, terrorism. It's that like 9/11 was terrorism. Okay, this is just arson. Now, granted, it's for political purpose. It's trying to get somebody to stop doing what they don't want them to do. I don't think that's terrorism, but whatever. I get it. You got to do something to get them. You got to do something to get the penalties up. But I'm not. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too. I'm not sure what the word would be. Too sensitive. Personally, I don't like Pam Bondi. I think she's corrupt. If you know anything about her history and local stuff down in Tampa, Florida, she's a little on the corrupt side herself. Now, if she could get the job done that we need her to do, okay, great. Epstein files, What happened to that? Still waiting. Hello? We forget about that?
Well, they said they got
they
got their truckload of documents that they're going through now. She's asking for patience.
Oh, okay. Let me. No, I'm patience is done. Bring the truckload of files to wherever the hell you got to drop them off, and drop them off. Done. That's it. Don't got to go through crap. Well, I want to see the files. Let's see the freaking files, right? Patience. Patience my ass. I'm ready for files. So I want to see action. My point is I want to see action. You want to stop this crap? Good. With the fire bombings and whatnot? Good. Get it done. How many of you arrested? 4? That's it? 4? Come on. That's not enough. You got to make an example. Okay, good. That's your job. Make an example. Get it done. Tired of waiting. I remember watching Riot Season, and I remember back, again, I want Pam Bondi, Cash Patel, Bongino, everybody. I want them to get on this case, not just this one. I want you to go back. I'm not talking back. I'm making a big thing about the Kennedy files. Yeah, you got to get into that too. Don't get me wrong. But I'm not talking ancient history. Tell me who delivered the friggin' bricks to the riots when COVID season turned to riot season. Who delivered the damn bricks? I want to know that. Rand Paul screaming and hollering because he got confronted a little bit. He dropped the ball on that too. Can we get to the bottom of who delivered the bricks? Remember the pallets of bricks that just showed up?
Absolutely. And who put the so-called pipe?
Never heard about that.
What about the pipe bombs on January 6th? Who put the pipe bombs out there?
Yeah. Well, Bongino just got his new job. He's been talking about that on his show for a long time. I'm sure. I'm hoping he'll get to the bottom of that, or somebody over there at FBI will get it done now that they're under better leadership that I actually trust. But the point is, they got the job to do. I want to know who delivered the bricks. I want to know who put the pipe bomb. I want to know why no one was held accountable for Ashley Babbitt's murder. I want to know why DCPD was opening the gates to let January 6 people into the Capitol. I want to know why that DC police was sending tear gas over the crowd to herd them towards the bike racks. These are the things I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
These are things we saw. These are documented facts. I want to know who's responsible for this nonsense. Get on it. Again, the Epstein files, the fact that that's getting delayed and have patience. No. Starting to lose faith. I know it's early, and I know I'm very impatient. But you need this crap needs to start getting done, and needs to start getting done quick, because you don't have really a lot of time, do we? Not really. But here's the good thing. Not good. Wrong word. Change that. Here's the peculiar, funny, maybe, ironic for sure. Most people that bought EVs are liberals, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're messing with people's cars. Not just the dealership, but they're messing with people's cars. Most of them are liberals that agree with this. They just happen to have the wrong car. Oh, ain't that a bitch?
Right.
So the liberals don't like the car that other liberals bought. Man, it sucks to suck, but there it is. It's kind of like the same attitude that I know it's a wrong attitude, but it's mine. Tough. You see on the TV, they're trying to collect money. I don't think it's Red Cross or somebody. They're trying to collect money for the victims of the California wildfires who voted for the people who let the fires burn. And you want me to donate your money when you voted for the people who made it so those fires burned your house down? But you want me to give you money? No, I got a better cause. the bottle of scotch on my bar is not full. I need to replace it. I'll donate to that cause before I donate to the California wildfires. You voted for it. You got it. Oh, you're not even allowed to clean up your property yet. Again, sucks to suck. Maybe that's ruthless, cold-hearted. That's the way it is.
But the old word that
I don't know.
elections have consequences. If you're going to vote for the lefty,
who said
the lefty lunatic Green New Deal? You're paying the price. But Tesla, with all the damage we've seen at this point, I don't know how many various vandalism and arsons there have been. I haven't paid close enough attention, but there is this actual group that is known as Tesla Takedown. I have no idea how many members there are. Organizers of the Tesla Takedown movement are planning 500 protests at all 277 Tesla showrooms in the U.S. and supercharger stations worldwide, supposedly on March 29. LFG, Tesla Takedown, Global Day of Action, March 29. Every showroom in America, 500 plus around the world. Let's send these techno-fascist broligarchs and old-fashioned Nazis a message loud and clear. No way. Plan an action or find one near you, TeslaTakedown.com. That was posted on a social media platform known as Blue Sky. I've never heard of it. As we know, Tesla, Elon Musk, under attack since President Trump's Doge department. At this point, while no injuries have been reported, Tesla showrooms, vehicle lots, charging stations, personal privately owned cars being targeted. The executive director of Planet Over Profit said, according to The Verge this past day, we need to show Elon Musk that he can throw a tantrum online because his stocks are tanking. He can get Trump to put on a humiliating used car show in front of the White House. These wannabe authoritarians can try to intimidate us from exercising our, there's your First Amendment rights. But they can't stop us from fighting back. First Amendment right ends with throwing a Molotov cocktail. Hello? Now, even before the attacks ramped up in recent weeks, Tesla has been struggling. Increased competition, particularly from the cheaper Chinese electric vehicles. Largely unaffected on Thursday's recall announcement, Tesla shares are down 42% this year. Of course, pessimism as sales continue to drop globally. The interest in the electric vehicles is rapidly waning, as they say. About 19 past the hour. All right, we'll just take it to Brain Dead here on a Friday. Good morning.
Hey, Steve, you want to hit a break and come back?
I was just going to take it to the bottom of the hour.
All righty. What's your big plans for the weekend there, buddy? Watch some more March Madness?
March Madness, I'm keen to watch Lucas wrestling, hopefully today and hopefully again on Saturday, hopefully for a championship.
Well, I wish him the best of luck because, I want to try to do that nasty four-letter word at some point this weekend. So
work.
Oh, we got a lot going on in the NASCAR world. So, and I hope my bullhauler buddy there is listening because there's a couple big stories about his favorite buddy here. But, we're racing down in Homestead this weekend. They've got some wildfires going on. And from what I see, that they're still going to hold the race down there. So I'm going to take this track is a little bit similar to Phoenix. Not by much, but still similar. So this week I'm going to take is Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney, and Denny Hamlin. Yes, I'm taking Denny Hamlin. This is one of his better tracks. And by the way, there's a big story with him coming up here in just a minute. But I'm also going to take Austin Cindric. The Fords are doing very well at this track. If I remember right, during the championship, playoff race there. Tyler Reddick and Ryan Blaney did really well at that race. So now there's big news out of JGR. Steve, did you hear about this?
I don't believe I have.
Well, apparently Denny Hamblin's going to have Flo in the pits help doing the pit work because they signed Progressive Insurance for 18 races this year.
Ain't that special?
So, oh yeah, I just I hate to see the claim on a race car when he accidentally hits the wall, like I don't know, Bristol or Daytona, or you can keep inserting there, but also too, you remember back during the 500 when Traveler Whiskey was running with Dale Jr. at the 500.
Right.
They have now outsold all NASCAR merchandise this year alone. And I tell you what, the paint scheme looked pretty good with that. And from what the rumors and the rumblings, they're talking about coming back and running that car again. If and when is the bigger question, but because Dale doesn't have a charter on that car, and Dale has always wanted to get a charter on that car, but it's the financial part, it's the money part, it's getting the investors to come in to help pay him out, and excuse me, and right now is the best time because you have a whole lot of venture capitalists that are leaving stick and ball sports that are reinvesting their money because this past day the Boston Celtics sold for $6 billion. So, but also too, that they did issue some penalties this past day. Now remember, Christopher Bell had to make that pit stop on the way out to one of his was it Chase Briscoe's team, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they suspended Briscoe's. The tire changer and the jackman for Briscoe and Kyle Busch's team for their wheels coming off. I can say that more about Busch than anything. And Keselowski had his rear tire changer suspended for violation of the substance abuse policy. So there were some big hits for the week. Also, too, I did find this interesting when I was doing my research for the charter we were talking about the other night. Josh Berry, the one that won the Cup race this past weekend in Vegas, did you know he went to 7th and 8th grade with Joseph Newgarden, the two-time Indy 500 winner?
How about that?
But also gets better, too. He also went to high school with Taylor Swift, or should I say Trader Swift? But anyway, and here's an interesting fact that Dingbat found. His dad is country music star John Berry. So, wow, that's kind of interesting there. Also, too, real quick, they held a tire test this past week in Charlotte in advance of the upcoming race. Blaney, Briscoe, and Byron were there for the Cup Series. Creed, Almirola, and Austin Hill were there for the Xfinity race. They're probably bringing out some new compounds to test. And also, too, finally, Chevrolet announced today that they were going to stay in NASCAR, but their body changes will be coming soon. Now, remember, they have no production cars, none. The only production car they really have is in Cadillac. That's it, because I don't see them running a Buick anytime soon. But in the agreement that the manufacturers have with NASCAR, they have to run something that is in production, whether it's an engine or a body, and they're not running that because they don't make the Camaros no more. So the executive with Chevrolet said that they can't talk about the future and what they're working on next, both for NASCAR and the supercars. But here's the thing, though. If I was Ford or if I was Toyota, I would be protesting this. They need to be doing something because if you see that that Cadillac car as a NASCAR Cup car, it looks pretty dang good. And it is productions too, Steve. But with that, my friend, you have a good weekend, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, yes. And my only other definitely slated plan is got to get the ears lowered. Got to get that gray trimmed up. Oh, boy. Yeah, truck show coming up next week. I have to look presentable to the public, if you know what I mean. All right, who was that? Daniel says, I guess responding to Lauren Weiss about hauling livestock. He said, before you decide to be a livestock hauler, have a 3-year-old kid start kicking you in the shin over and over again. Yeah, if you can't handle that, you must... Well, you might make a living elsewhere, I guess he's trying to say. Is that true, Lauren? You get kicked in the shins a lot? All right, it is 844-844-3388. We got Pappy coming up. Plowboy is on board. Vic, and room for you at 844-844-3388. Update this past day. The initial reports. Remember the horrific crash and fire in the Green River Tunnel here a few weeks ago? Yeah, the initial reporting was that was started by a tractor trailer. Not the case, apparently. A spun-out pickup truck was the start of the dramatic Green River Tunnel crash that killed 3. The snowy February 14, the Green River Tunnel along westbound I-80 near Green River, Wyoming, took the lives of 2 people in 1 passenger vehicle and 1 truck driver trapped in his burning rig. According to the preliminary NTSB report, the fiery pileup started when a Toyota pickup truck lost control on the icy road as it was exiting the tunnel. The Toyota pickup truck spun out, hit a guardrail, coming to a stop across the right and left lane. And oncoming vehicles then tried to avoid hitting the spun-out Toyota pickup truck. A tractor trailer soon jackknifed, trying to avoid a collision with the other vehicles, coming to a stop, blocking both lanes of traffic about 200 feet from the tunnel's exit. A Dodge pickup soon crashed into the jackknifed tractor trailer, and a second tractor trailer then hit the Dodge pickup. The second tractor trailer becoming entangled with the Dodge pickup, and the 2 hit the jackknife tractor trailer again before striking the Toyota pickup and another vehicle outside the tunnel. Several other vehicles then crashed inside the tunnel, causing the pileup that ultimately caught fire. 2 people in the Dodge pickup died in the crash. Truck driver who was trapped in his wrecked rig died when it caught fire. 20 other people sustained injuries.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Canadian investigators say the Delta regional jet that crash-landed in Toronto last month simply came down too fast. 21 people were injured when that plane flipped over, and passengers were left hanging upside down in their seats. A preliminary report from the Transportation Board of Canada says an alert sounded 3 seconds prior to impact, which indicated a high rate of descent. The landing gear collapsed when it touched the ground. The report did not say what caused the crash. An American who was imprisoned in Afghanistan for over 2 years is now a free man. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that 66-year-old George Gleesman was set free after weeks of negotiations. Dennis Fitzpatrick is the attorney for Gleesman, and he spoke with WAGA.
He's going to be on a recovery period, but I know that he's going to come through this with flying colors.
Gleesman was held captive by the Taliban after that group retook control of Afghanistan. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Brain Dead mentioned the wildfires in Florida. Here's the latest. Crews working to contain a wildfire in southwest Miami-Dade that's been shutting down access in and out of the Florida Keys. Thousands of acres have burned, and the size kept growing despite the continuous effort to put out the flames. All right, here's what we know about the fire, officially known as the 344 fire. According to the Florida Forest Service, the fire that began on Tuesday is 24,000 acres in size. That's pretty big. 30% contained as of Thursday afternoon. US 1 will open and close intermittently for an uncertain amount of time for fire operations, according to officials. As crews work to extinguish and control the fire, the National Weather Service issued a red flag warning this past day for much of South Florida and up to Lake Okeechobee. Gusty winds, low humidity. That means fire danger is high. Okay, the red flag warning was canceled by Thursday evening and has been replaced with what they call a fire weather watch for today, Friday morning through Friday evening. So again, due to low humidity, northerly winds 10 to 15 miles per hour in existing drought conditions, elevated fire weather concerns. Outdoor burning is not recommended. It's not rare for brush fires to break out in southern Florida in what's known as the dry season. Rainy season gets underway about mid-May. No reported injuries as of this past day. The area where the fire broke out is largely rural. No structures are threatened at this time. They said Miami-Dade Fire Rescue working with the Florida Forest Service. Crews on the ground and in the air working around the clock. Florida Forest Service gave NBC6 a closer look. It's dry enough for everything to burn, but wet enough that we can't put our equipment out there without sinking. So it is very challenging. Aerial operations have been crucial in this battle, as Florida Rescue and Forest Service cannot access certain areas on the ground. They did say that involves deploying Bambi buckets, releasing water on hot spots. There's 2 chopper crews actively working the fire, circling back every 1 to 2 minutes. NBC observed helicopters hovering over a lake near the Homestead Miami Speedway, using their buckets to collect water there. Helicopters then fly back to the fire, dumping the water. So that's, I guess, relatively close there, too. Again, as he mentioned, the Speedway, but the race apparently is on. Eagle, the race is on at this point. All right, pay attention. Hello, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? I'm going to call the cue ball in the side pocket. Good to hear from cue ball, man. Listen, I get what he's saying, but I gotta beg to differ with him just here a little bit. Just a little bit. On the terrorism point, Steve, how many people do you think are affected by what these lefties are doing to these Tesla dealerships and vehicles? Quite a few, Steve. If you work for a Tesla dealership, you're probably a little worried about going to work. And Steve, there's been protests all over these dealerships around the country. Not all of them are getting firebombed, but there's several protesters around these dealerships. And I hate to say it, but man, that is terrorism when it's for a political gain here. I get it. You don't have 2 towers dropping. We don't have 3,000 people dead.
Right.
But believe you me, they are causing terror in a lot of Americans' lives. The other thing was patience, man. Listen, dude, I get it. Man, we have been patient. But you got to understand. Think of what he was saying, that he wants to know why. And he went down the list of stuff, Steve. You know, there's a lot of things that we need to get to the bottom of. We prioritize these things, right? I mean, if you just think all them things he listed. Not only that, Steve, they're still trying to filter out the what's the right word? I guess the weaponized agents in these departments, right? They got to get rid of them, man. It's just all there is to it. They got to bring every one of them in. And the question of what were you involved in? Why did you do this? Why did you do that? Steve, I mean, we're talking a lot of employees. I mean, it has to be done. I mean, Bongino was talking about just disbanding the FBI. Getting rid of it. It's too corrupt. So they got to find the people they can trust and get rid of the ones they can't. I don't know if you remember me, a lot of your callers. Number one priority, I was screaming at the top of my lungs a couple years ago was what? Close the damn border.
Yes.
And by golly, Trump did it, man. He wasn't messing around. He's got this border almost locked up tight. He's dealing with these wars in Ukraine, Israel, Hamas, and beyond there. So they got to prioritize. And Steve, let me tell you, I'm telling you, man, they could just release a bunch of stuff, but we want handcuffs and leg shackles like they did to Peter Navarro. You can't just throw all this stuff out here. You got to build a case. And if you want to build a case that's going to hold up in court, this takes time. So I think I said it a month or so. Well, maybe not even that long. Just be a little patient. I'll be the first one, Steve, to come out and start screaming, man. All right, our patience is up. Enough time. But, man, he's only been in power here, not even 2 months yet. So, well, just about 2 months almost. So I'm just bear with him. They got a lot to do, my man.
Right.
Man, Steve, you nailed it. Judge, man. Go figure, right? Just go figure. He's got family members receiving taxpayers' money through these NGOs.
Making a living off illegals and criminals and illegal criminals.
Yes.
Defending them.
Dude, you can't make this up, man. I mean, when we say it's running rampant, so how many of these people are out here, Steve? This is what Elon's trying to do, man. He's shutting down the money flow. And they're not having it. How dare he take our money? That's our money. It's not the taxpayers' money. That's our money. In the billions and billions. Whew. Unbelievable, man. So they Steve, it took decades in the making, right, to get where we are today. And to think this is just going to be cleaned up. I mean, what did we say a couple months ago? It might take 10 years to literally negate all of this. If we even can. You're not going to get rid of all of it. I mean, we got to be logical here. You're not going to get rid of all of it. But if we can get rid of 90% of it, I don't care. Republican, Democrat, I don't care who you are, what party you're affiliated with. If you're not affiliated with a party, if you're ripping off the American taxpayers, you deserve some handcuffs, man. Said a long time ago on your show, I cannot stand a thief, man. I was never a thief. Now, I will say, I think I was maybe 12 years old when Walgreens first opened up. They go in there and stole a pack of gum or something.
Right.
But Steve, man, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Come on.
We all did it as kids.
I told you that. I told you. Steve, I can go on and on. I told you the story where this little lady called. Her granddaughter stole her engagement ring that her now deceased husband gave her, and this little old lady was in tears, and that's all she had to remember her husband by, other than the memories. And his granddaughter stole it and pawned it to go get a hit of meth or coke, Steve, I'm gonna lay this on you, man. I'm gonna get off here. And it pains me to say this, but our government has betrayed us, man. And I think it started, I want Vic to kind of chime in here if he's listening, if he's on hold. I think the majority of this started right after World War II, when the CIA, I believe it was 1947, when they were given powers and put in positions to do the things they do, like overthrow other governments. And to think, Steve, that they were going to overthrow our own government, that's what they do. That's what they're best at. And I'll say to this day, I think Lee Harvey Oswald was the lone shooter. I don't think there was anybody in the grassy knoll. However, that does not make it a conspiracy. Or, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If there's more than one person involved, you've got yourself a conspiracy. And a lot of evidence showing that the CIA had a lot to do with this. Trump made it clear he didn't want any redactions from this file. And apparently there are. In your newscast, they said there were some Social Securities. Well, come on, Steve. I mean, that's a little common sense here. The point of this is there's still people underneath Trump that are defying him. They're not going with the flow. And it's a combination. It's not just a JFK thing, Steve. It's just everything that we have been told by this government has damn near been a lie. We going to change the whole history of the United States? The assassination of John F. Kennedy? What really happened with the towers coming down? I mean, there's no doubt about it in my mind that there was terrorists that flew 2 planes into these towers, but what did the government know, Steve?
Right.
Did they know this was going to happen and just sat back on their hands and let it happen because the warmongers wanted war to line their pockets? I can go on, but I think the CIA they got too powerful for their own britches. And I think the globalists seen an opportunity after World War II that, man, America is now the dominant country on this planet. We need to get control of them. We need to get control of this country. And unfortunately, we had human beings willing to toss the country under the bus in order to line their own pockets. Absolute power corrupts, and I forget that saying. Had it on the tip of my tongue, and my old butt with my Alzheimer's just went right over my head. You know what I'm saying, though. But,
yes.
Man, Steve, it's just crazy, man. You know? And I think with Trump and this MAGA movement, get back to what this country was founded on, get back to some normalcy here, where people just want to go to work, make a living, put food on their table, raise their kids, take a vacation every once in a while, and just try to live a happy life as much as possible. Give thanks to Jesus when that time comes. Should be done every day, and I told you, Steve, I should be more religious than what I am. I don't go to church, except for when I listen to Brother Rambler. If he says that counts,
that does.
Good enough in my book.
Yeah.
So, all right, brother, I appreciate you taking the call. I'd really like to hear Vic's take on the CIA, man.
All right. Well, we'll get to him in a few minutes here because, yes, he'd been hanging on for a bit. Thank you so much. Pappy? Who was it that said, have the 3-year-old kick you, start kicking you in the shins over and over, and if you can handle that, you might be able to make a living in life. 2-time Hall of Famer said, yes, Daniel has read the manual, kicked, feet crushed, stomped, run over, crapped on, urinated on, smashed by gates. All part of the thrills of being a livestock hauler. All right, that doesn't sound like a very appealing job, if you ask me, but it's hard work, but the pay is good, right? Ain't no free lunch. What do you say, Plowboy? Good morning. Happy Friday.
Good morning, Steve. Well, everything you just said is so correct. I mean, yeah, toes broke, knees buckled. Yes, sir. I've done it years and years ago. Don't care to go back to it. And by the way, you got only change. Carry a pair of coveralls and extra clothes, and always have a good box on the side of your truck to drop your dirty crap in so you don't drag it into the truck. Steve, I want you to go back to that night after that Wyoming disaster. I'm going to hang up my CDL. I'm going to become a accident investigator. I told you there was a wreck that happened on the outside of that tunnel. There had to have been, because of the way that one trailer was all jacked up and tore up. And what you said just said every bit of it. The wreck was on the outside of that tunnel.
It started
And
coming out. Yeah. Yep.
And Todd Spencer and the late Jim Johnson has been right so much. It was a four-wheeler that caused that damn wreck, not a big truck. I hate any loss of life, and I hate to hear when some driver burns up in his own damn truck. That's really just almost breaks my heart to hear that one. Fiery crash like that, yeah. You just can't even imagine that one, sir. But back to Lauren Weiss a minute. Have you seen what that knothead, some ex-train conductor in Colorado has dreamed up now?
What's that?
He's dreamed up putting trucks on trains to go over Vail Pass.
I saw, yes, the stretch of I-70 or something, right? To keep the trucks off the highway, put them on a train. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, logistically, what's the possibility of that?
Just almost... That's just some dumb-ass idea. I can just almost imagine Lauren loading that cattle truck up. That dude, oh boy, that's pathetic. But here's the problem. I've been across that pass, and I've just used their names. Jim Johnson, Todd Spencer said this so many years. The four-wheelers caused the wrecks. And they're all in a gun-ho, hammered down to get the ass and to get on that damn ski slope. I've seen more four-wheelers wreck on Vail and Eisenhower than I have big trucks. Yeah, I caused a disaster, but it's not always the big truck's fault. We've proven that one. But I heard you might have been out having a cigarette. Florida is looking to get in their own little Doge committee. Have you heard that one?
I did hear that, yes. Yeah. Now, I guess they're feeling like Elon's Doge maybe doing a little too much or not getting it right, so they want their own version, but I don't know.
Brother, I feel like every county, every municipality needs to have their own Doge committee, because I've seen so much crap out here that's being spent, and it's not wisely. Beautification committees. If you want to beautify it, take it out of your own damn money. Don't take it out of the city or the county budget. That's crap. I mean, and 90% of the darn time, it gets in Happy's way. It gets in the truck driver's way. You try to negotiate around a damn tree on the corner that should have never been there. But, and remember back here when we were talking about all these illegals coming in here years gone by? If that judge wants them Venezuela illegals so bad, why doesn't he either move down there with them SOBs or moving them up there to his estate? They should never be in the country, Steve. And any of these leftist judges ought to be disbarred. I don't know what else to say. If they're going to go Side for the lawbreaker. Gone. Adios. I'm sorry.
Well, Plowboy, it's good to hear from you on a Friday morning. We'll move ahead there as we roll toward news break, top of the hour. I guess this is kind of breaking news this Friday morning. Air travel is in chaos this morning for international travelers. Travelers around the world braced for days of chaos as we speak, as a devastating 24-hour closure at Heathrow Airport has sparked mid-air flight diversions, dozens of cancellations. One of the world's busiest airports that facilitates upwards of 200,000 travelers a day, forced to shut down Friday. How many hours ahead of us are they? But apparently a fire at a nearby substation causing a major power outage. American flyers hoping to land at Heathrow appear to be making rapid U-turns late Friday Eastern Time as the fire raged and word of the closure spreads, according to flight radar. In total, 120 planes, which are already in the air, are being diverted or turned around, in addition to flights that have been delayed and canceled as a result of the incident. Passengers from as far as San Francisco, Japan, Perth, Australia, caught in the carnage. Estimated 1,351 flights to and from Heathrow will be impacted over the 24-hour period. Now, I'll give you more on that because, again, that's just breaking news this hour on a Friday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has signed an executive order dismantling the Department of Education. The White House says test scores for kids have been in decline for years, and it's time to see education authority return to the states.
The teachers' unions, unfortunately, have not been standing up for America's students, and that's what's most important at the end of the day. And our great teachers deserve great guidance from, again, those closest to them in their states.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, the executive order directs Education Secretary Linda McMahon to take all necessary steps to facilitate the closure of the department. The Education Department was first established under President Carter in 1979. One of the migrants deported with Venezuelan gang members has no criminal record. Franco Caraballo was unexpectedly detained during a routine check-in with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. He was then deported to El Salvador, accused of being part of a Venezuelan gang. His lawyer says Caraballo is a barber with no criminal record in the U.S. or Venezuela and has not been charged with illegally entering the nation. He added that his client was not given due process. The markets were pleased yesterday after the Federal Reserve says they are leaving the interest rates unchanged.
Dr. Amir Khan with the University of Arizona and Ardent Advisory Group says Fed Chair Jerome Powell made it clear he's not worried about tariffs sparking inflation.
His confidence of saying, yes, it's a concern, but I don't think that this will be a long-term concern, I think relieved the markets. And you saw that reaction in the markets that the markets were up.
Powell said a severe downturn still isn't likely. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 11 points. The S&P 500 also down by 12 points. The Nasdaq lost 59 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
If you want to keep working into the next decade, chances are you need to learn some new skills.
LinkedIn is out with their 2025 list of the 15 fastest growing skills in the U.S. LinkedIn data shows that by 2023, 70% of the skills used in most jobs will change. So what skills should you learn? In the top 3, adaptability, the most common job titles, teacher, administrative assistant, project manager. At number 2, conflict mitigation. In this current atmosphere, no explanation needed. The most common job titles, customer service representative, administrative assistant, and project manager. And at number 1, AI literacy. The most common job titles, software engineer, product manager, chief executive officer. I'm Michael Kastner.
Tesla owners are expressing concerns after discovering an online map with a Molotov cocktail image as the cursor. It contains their personal information, including home addresses.
This comes as activists against CEO Elon Musk are vandalizing Teslas across the country. Earlier this month, President Trump had a message for anyone who targeted Tesla.
You do it to Tesla and you do it to any company, we're going to catch you. You're going to go through hell.
Launched on Monday, the map lists the names and details of Tesla owners, dealerships, and Trump administration members. The site encourages vandalism, suggesting people spray paint Teslas to unleash their artistic flair. Musk condemned the website on X, calling the promotion of vandalism extreme domestic terrorism. I'm Lisa Taylor.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Happy Friday, TGIF. We were left off there. I was trying to get the latest. As international air travel is in chaos, planes from Dallas, Chicago, Minneapolis all appear to be returning home after having been up in the air 3 hours already. Passengers from other flights departing the U.S. Will instead touch down at other airports. One flight from Dallas will travel to Bangor, Maine instead of London. A flight from San Francisco will land at Dulles International. US 146 from Newark was among one of the first flights impacted by the diversion. While it was already in the air, it is now set to land in Shannon in Ireland shortly after 5 a.m. Meanwhile, the QF9 Qantas flight from Perth to Heathrow diverted to Paris as European airports prepare for an influx of planes that are too far into their journeys to turn back. Amsterdam, Newfoundland in Canada, Helsinki are among some of the cities that are accepting diverted flights. Weary passengers at airports around the globe are eagerly awaiting news from their airlines. Now, some of the updates. All right, let me flip the page over here. Let's see. Some of the headlines from CNN. Passenger Kim Skiebrick said he'd been in the air for 3 hours on a Delta flight from the U.S. to London when it had to turn back. Everything's fine. People are frustrated with the flight returning over 3 hours in, but everything seems calmed. They announced there was nothing wrong with our flight, so people in the air kind of freaking out. Britain's National Grid said they're working at speed to restore power after one of its substations caught fire, causing widespread outages. The complete closure of Heathrow Airport this morning. Let's see. Company said we're working at light speed trying to get power supplies as quickly as possible. But Heathrow is going to be closed all day Friday. They're saying a 24-hour shutdown, and that's major. Like 145,000 passengers were slated to fly in or out of there today. Now, the latest says power has been restored to some properties near Heathrow Airport as the London Fire Brigade, as firefighters battle the electricity substation blaze, part of a transformer still on fire, according to the department, while the airport is shut, causing major global travel disruptions. The fire causing a power outage affecting a large number of homes, local businesses, and Heathrow Airport. All right, we're continuing to work closely with our partners to minimize disruption. An investigation into the cause of the fire is ongoing at this hour, but so we'll see where that goes today. You know, these kind of things makes you kind of wonder, could some sinister players be involved? Who knows? All right, Vic, on board. Thanks for hanging in there. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Anytime. We talked about that Heathrow transformer part. I had to wonder if they have what type of coolant they have on that transformer, because I know here in the United States they outlawed that coolant liquid called PCBs, polychlorinated biphenyls. That would catch on fire if it got hot enough, but it didn't. It had a pretty high flash point, so I don't understand it because I know that thing's been burning for a while. You would think after a while it would burn itself out or something. But the other thing, too, on the airline thing, you were mentioning about the Delta flight that crashed up there in Canada or flipped upside down. I wondered if that Canada, at that airport, if they had what was called the downburst, you know, how you get like dust devils and things of that nature. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not. I know you follow weather a lot. But when it gets a hold of a plane, it would just slam it down on the runway. So I don't know exactly what, because DFW, I remember years ago, they had one runway that was kind of susceptible to that, and they had a couple of crashes there. I think one of them was a FedEx plane, and my memory's not that great anymore, but they had to put in special sensors there. So just kind of a diversion to the air part of the transportation industry. And then another thing too, yesterday morning, Trump on the waterborne freight, he's assessing special charges against anything delivered in a Chinese built ship or a Chinese flagged ship. So I don't know how much that's going to raise the cost of imported goods. But what I was really calling about, you mentioned about the person that was deported that really shouldn't have been deported because he wasn't part of a gang. And that gets to that writ of habeas corpus where you're supposed to tell people exactly what they're being charged for or arrested for or what type of action there is. I mean, there's other, the police officers and stuff are more familiar with all that and probable cause. And I remember all the lawfare that was being practiced against Trump and some of these other people. They couldn't defend it because nobody ever told them what they were being charged against and charged for. And that's what the deal with this judge. What exactly is he charging Trump and the cabinet members and everything with for deporting violent people? I mean, he's got to come up with some reason. And if he has a family that's in that business, he should know what violations that gang did. And when I was thinking about it, I don't know if that gang could be charged under the RICO Act or not. But under the RICO Act, I do know that federal people can actually enforce state laws. There's no statute of limitation. There's no way they can bail out of it or bankrupt out of it. And individuals are allowed to file for damages up to 7 times of the amount of loss they suffered. So I don't know if that would apply with these gang members, but it seems like it would if they were in here. It definitely looks like a racketeering influence and corrupt organization to me. So I'm just curious exactly what this judge is up to, and that leaves me. I have never been able to get a copy of Mark Levin's book, Men in Black. The libraries don't have it or anything else, so I never got to read it. But I remember just from his radio show, he was talking about all these rogue people on the bench doing a lot of unconstitutional things, and that's kind of what kind of triggered me when all that was going on. And then, did I hear Dan right? Did he say that this judge got his start with LBJ, or did I misunderstand that? But in today's world, with all this coming back with JFK and everything, JFK was trying to get Lyndon Baines Johnson off the ticket in '64, and he was having investigations done. And LBJ was big friends with J. Edgar Hoover at the FBI, and whether they were really going to file charges against LBJ or just say it's probably best you could leave, who knows? But LBJ definitely wanted to stay on the ticket, And the other thing is with the CIA, the CIA botched the Bay of Pigs because Castro knew all about it. And that's why John Kennedy, JFK, that's why he canceled and didn't give the air support. And he took all those CIA people, and you'll never guess where he sent them. He sent them to South Vietnam. And they told JFK they could have a bloodless coup over there, and it didn't turn into a bloodless coup. I think it was Diem was the prime minister over there in South Vietnam, and he was a friend with JFK, and he was killed. And JFK basically said when he got back from Dallas, that's when he made the comment about he was going to splinter that agency into a million pieces and scatter them to the wind or something of effect like that. And the reason that now all this is coming up again, so if that judge got his start from LBJ, that's just one instance to where he definitely doesn't want Donald Trump to have any success. And the other thing is that everybody's worried about the Epstein files. Well, my big question is, why are the Epstein files having to be a national concern to where national security concern to where stuff has to be redacted from it before they release it? I don't understand why should it even be a security concern? So by and large, that was the main thing that I was calling in about, was the way they were doing that. And the other thing too is on the hazmat. That has been so long ago since I've done that, but I thought that after 9/11, foreigners weren't even allowed to obtain a hazmat certificate or haul a hazmat in the United States, because I know back whenever I was doing that, you had to get your TSA security clearance, your fingerprints, and I don't know if it was 2 or 4. The last test I took, they were still using the old symbols. I don't know if they ever went to they were going to change the symbols. And basically with our company, you had to, you got the original clearance from the License Bureau, and then you had to have it updated every so often. And there at the last, they did the update to where you could actually they would give you a thing to, like a webinar they give you, and you could plug into that site and do it on your home computer, and you didn't have to go to a terminal or anything. But that was just the review process. You had to take a test over it. And I know even after I got out of the truck, and I had no intention of renewing my CDL. After I come down with diabetes, it's just too much aggravation. And the state of Indiana sent me a notice and said, you need to get your TSA security. You need to do your health certificate and all this other stuff. And I just ignored it. And then when I went to get my operator's license, when my license expired, they said my CDL was still active. And it's like, what? I don't think so. And I had a time getting my CDL canceled. And then somebody told me that after a certain age, you were kind of grandfathered into a lifetime, and it's like you've got to be kidding me about this. And then I believe someone on your show mentioned about they could get an 8-year CDL. So everything has changed a lot, but the main point is I didn't even think foreigners were allowed to haul hazmat in this country anymore.
And
so
the last I checked, I thought that was the case as well. But again, like you say, so many things change on any given day. That may have, but all right. It is 844-844-3388. Hello to the lovely Dingbat. Finally, Friday edition. Tonight's her Monday. Oh, boy, back to work. Hope you have a great weekend. March Madness kicks off. I'll enjoy watching my Gators while Braindead pays off his bet, as you'll have to ask him what the bet was. With that said, Mr. Peabody warming up the Wayback Machine. Yeah, see some interesting items we found for this Friday edition. All right, we'll get to that coming up.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Looking at a photo Big Sexy shared a couple of days ago from the Arkansas Weather Central. From the, well, it was 1 week ago today. The tornado outbreak was occurring. And what's left of a police cruiser. With an officer inside, amazing that he was able to walk away. It was an EF4 tornado. Estimated winds of 190 miles per hour. The vehicle came to a rest upside down. Fortunately for the officer, he was wearing his seatbelt. With it being dark and all the damage from the EF4 tornado that had just moved through, the officer dangled upside down for over an hour before being found. Officer very fortunate that he survived, given the circumstances. It looks like his vehicle must have been rolled, coming to a stop because it's destroyed. This was the strongest tornado to hit Arkansas since April 27th of 2014. And let's see, the Mayfire Valonia EF4, which was also estimated at 190 miles per hour. Last Friday they had 2 EF4s in Arkansas, making them the strongest tornadoes to hit the state of Arkansas since the 1950s. Wow. Friday morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. T. Sommers. We're talking all this JFK conspiracy. I thought you'd have Riding the Wave with Dave on as a special guest there.
Right.
Imagine that. He's big into that stuff. Did I hear him right say that Chevrolet was thinking about leaving NASCAR?
I missed that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm saying if Bowtie was leaving NASCAR, Monkey Gouger'd have to become a fan of them Japper Crappers, wouldn't he?
Right.
Or a Ford one. Yep. Well, they're not hurting Musk at all. He's got insurance. Them dealerships, the dealerships have got insurance. And I guarantee you, those insurance investigators, they are not going to stop and find out who it is and take everything you own and lock your butt up away for a long, long time to recoup their money. So, you ain't hurting Musk. Musk done got his money. Tennessee told me to tell you that you were right. I'm always stirring the pot, especially with her. So,
yes, sir.
Yeah, I know that's right there. Well, anyway, the worst drivers in Florida are the truck drivers. I mean, them old people in them cars, too. I can say, but the truck drivers over there are the worst ones there. Well, let's talk about the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, and that's just the people that write the rules. The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance are the people that enforce the rules.
Correct.
Well, the CVSA is the one that said we're not going to enforce the English-speaking part of it there.
Correct.
You know, so
Yep.
all these illegals in here, we can say, thanks, Doofus Magoo, and your sidekick, Cackling Kamala. And the Mexican trucks, Steve, they're only allowed 25 miles within the border. If you catch one outside 25 miles of the border down there, you need to call the police and get them arrested there, right? And Arkansas, they ain't going to do nothing to nobody over there. You can't even hardly find a state trooper over there. And their scale houses, most of them are locked up from dark to dusk, from dusk to dawn, or something like that.
Right.
You can't hardly catch one of them. I get a green light when I go by them there, but that's about it. And I want to know, Steve, I read this today. Would it be rude to ask my in-laws for child support?
That's a good question. Now, what's Tennessee have to say about that?
Yeah. No, I ain't told her yet. I'm too scared to, right? This is some pure dumb-ass stupidity. The stoned ape theory, Steve. And they're claiming that primates invented consciousness by eating a bunch of them goofy-ass mushrooms there that get you high, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, the Grand Prix celebrated the 100th anniversary there on March the 19th, Steve. They had a pretty good show. Did you know George Strait and Willie Nelson are not members of the Grand Ole Opry?
Really?
Yep. Well, it's pretty simple in explanation for Strait and Nelson's absence there. You have to be in there 26 weeks out of a year, and they both live in Texas, so they said it wasn't feasible for them to be up there in Nashville half a year there, right?
Okay, well that would make sense. Yeah, but George Strait, I mean, yeah, like one of the greatest. But hey, we got to pause there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Canadian investigators say the Delta regional jet that crash-landed in Toronto last month simply came down too fast. 21 people were injured when that plane flipped over, and passengers were left hanging upside down in their seats. A preliminary report from the Transportation Board of Canada says an alert sounded 3 seconds prior to impact, which indicated a high rate of descent. The landing gear collapsed when it touched the ground. The report did not say what caused the crash. An American who was imprisoned in Afghanistan for over 2 years is now a free man. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that 66-year-old George Gleesman was set free after weeks of negotiations. Dennis Fitzpatrick is the attorney for Gleesman, and he spoke with WAGA.
He's going to be on a recovery period, but I know that he's going to come through this with flying colors.
Gleesman was held captive by the Taliban after that group retook control of Afghanistan. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so Yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, good morning to the two-time Hall of Famer, Bull Hauler. Morning, Lauren.
Morning, Steve. I just went past the outer boundaries of the security perimeter for the secret bunker there, and I'm headed south on 75 now.
Honking a horn, waving a ringing the cowbell.
Yeah. Hey, I had a couple things I wanted to talk about. First, I wanted to make comment to Nick if he wants to read a good book about the JFK assassination. I think the author's name is Craig Zeibel, and I read it in high school. They've got a new version that came out in the early 90s, but it's called The Texas Connection, and it really ties Lyndon Johnson to being involved in getting Kennedy set up to get assassinated. So it's quite a fascinating book, and it's hard to find it because there was a lot of, Lady Bird Johnson was still alive, and she tried to have it blocked from being put out. But it's a good book if he wants to read it. But I think it was Daniel that was talking about if you wanted to be a bull hauler, you'd have a 3-year-old kick you in the shins, and I was gonna comment on that. And all the years I've been doing this, I've been kicked and run over and hit by gates and had my hands smashed. And worst thing ever happened to me was we were on the Whitehorse Ranch up in Harney County, Oregon. It's pretty remote up there, and we were splitting up cow-calf pairs to haul them from the Whitehorse Ranch down to the Monitor Valley Ranch in Nevada. And the best way to do that was to separate the mama from her calf inside the trailer, and I didn't get my gate around fast enough. The mama cow got on top of me, and I ended up with a bruised liver and some broken ribs and a leg that was smashed up real bad, and I recovered from that, but about 8 years after that, I had to get my gallbladder removed, and they said they thought it was damaged from when I got stomped on there. So
wow,
it's not always fun and games doing this. And then I wanted to comment on the truck accident thing you kind of started off with early on in the show there. I found it interesting when we were in D.C. in 2019. I've talked about this in the past. I went out there as part of the U.S. Cattlemen's Association and lobbied for what we now have that we call the Halls Act, which is our livestock specific hours of service. And one of the things that we got presented with out there from American Transportation Research Institute was a 2016 study that showed that livestock transportation companies had a 44% overall better safety rating than regular trucking companies did. And I asked the lady that was talking to us about that, how you could compare a company, because most of these livestock companies, if they've got any trucks at all, they've got maybe a maximum of 10. You know, I work for an international, we're in Canada, the U.S., and Mexico, and we only have 10 trucks with what we do. But she said there's a formula you can use if a guy's got one truck versus a guy with 500 trucks, and you can do this long, drawn-out math formula, and you can figure out the safety rating for each one of those companies and compare them together. And so this, where I'm going with this is I have to look at what we do. We're about the least regulated part of the trucking industry out here with these bull racks. And I mean, DOT don't even mess with us anymore after the pandemic. And we don't run ELDs or any of that stuff. And we kind of make our own schedules. And yet these guys with these ELDs, they have higher accident rates now. And I think part of the problem is it's just made so much more congestion during the daytime, because last 7 or 8 years, you can't even get in a truck stop anymore after about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They're just packed with trucks. And I think there's just that whole ELD thing, it backfired like we knew it would, because it's got way too many trucks out on the road at the same time, and then everybody shuts down at the same time at night. I mean, that, in my opinion, is what's wiped out the restaurant industry and truck stops. Is nobody's up in the middle of the night to go in and eat anymore, you know? So it's just kind of interesting that these accident rates have gone way, way up since they put all these trucks on these timers, you know, and make these guys run on these ELDs. And so I don't know if that's really a cause of it or not, but you start hearing a lot more about these accident statistics since then. And we're out here doing it the old school way, and allegedly, according to what the Transportation Research Institute says, we've got a better safety rating than them guys running ELDs. So I don't know what that tells you.
It tells me that a lot of these rules are not necessary. That's what it tells me.
Yeah, well, and I mean, I think you're right, Steve, because we have the ability. One of the things that's nice here is that we have the ability, if we need to take a nap, we can take a nap somewhere. And you got to learn how to do it pretty strategically in this business, you know. But you're not up against you're not up against the clock anymore. And I think it regulates how some of these guys drive too, because I see a lot more guys just out here. I call them dick around Donnies. They get out here and they just drive along at
whatever rate they want to, because they know now when they shut down, their dispatcher can't force them to go anywhere. You know, they know that they got to sit for 10 hours, and it's been a blight on the trucking industry. And I'll say this one last thing. I've said this before. I think OOIDA's got a little bit of a skin in the game on this deal, because I remember when we were out there, we met with the FMCSA, and Joe DiLorenzo was there at the time, and there was a couple of OOIDA guys that aren't with them anymore now, but they were in this meeting with us, and we were pushing for all this freedom that we got now with them. And we went to lunch, and I'll never forget those OOIDA guys, and they had already lost their ELD fight a couple of years before that, but they were sitting there at lunch telling us that we were going to need to compromise, or we weren't going to get what we wanted. And we never compromised on what we were asking for or what we wanted to do, and we ended up not having to have ELDs, and we even got our own different hours of service from that. So I think there's some culpability on their part too in this whole thing, because see, now that they got all this ELD problems and all these parking problems, now they've got a whole new issue they can keep getting more members with. But that's just my opinion on that deal. So everybody truck safe. Thanks, Steve.
Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, rolling at a high rate of fuel consumption. All right, 18 before the hour. I think I mentioned that severe weather is, again, in the forecast for portions of the southern plains and the Mississippi Valley this weekend. Yeah, 1 week after the deadly tornado outbreak struck the same region, dry air will limit thunderstorm activity over the southern plains today, Friday. A front approaching from the northwest later on Saturday and Saturday night will pull in enough moisture from the Gulf to trigger thunderstorm development. The area from eastern Kansas, northeast Oklahoma to central and southern Missouri, northwestern Arkansas, the most likely where some thunderstorms could become severe, mainly with hail, torrential downpours, and strong straight-line winds. As the pattern continues to evolve and more warm, humid air is drawn in from the Gulf, that severe weather threat will expand further east and south on Saturday. Yeah, that's the Mississippi Valley. So the risk of severe weather Sunday to Sunday night extends across portions of Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma, much of the southeast. Main threats, strong wind gusts, 60 to 70 miles per hour, hail and flash flooding, downpours. A few tornadoes may also be spawned by the strongest storms. So folks in the affected areas, monitor the situation closely as it could escalate beyond isolated development. Looking toward the start of the new week, Monday, the risk of severe weather may extend into parts of the southern East Coast and northeastern Gulf regions. So nothing compared to what we saw this time a week ago, but nonetheless areas that were hit hard where they're trying to clean up and try to rebuild. It could be hit again by another round of storms. Let me see here. Hey, Becky. Wait a minute. Morning, Horse Feathers.
There you go. Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you doing that on a casual Friday. So I guess we have to ask Becky, what day is it? But anyways, so hey, here's something for you. You know, wife was talking to her the other day, and she came across something, and got talking about what Democrats believe people can be. So pretty much Democrats believe people can be most anything they want. They can believe that they can have, the DEI, and they believe they can be transgender, and people can be this. The one thing the Democrats don't believe people can be? Do you know what that is?
What is it?
A Republican.
Oh.
You can do anything you want but oppose them. Once you oppose them, then you're not allowed to do that. You can do anything else but don't oppose them. So, anyways, there. Speaking of that, did you happen to catch that post that I put over there on the fan page? There was a little video about a school teacher, was a math teacher, and she had a kid in her class there that took a test, and he actually failed the test, and one of the questions that was asked is, what's 2 plus 2? And of course he came back and said 22, because you put 2 next to 2 and it makes 22, correct?
Right.
So anyway, she said that, it was wrong, and 2 plus 2 equals 4, and so he went all temper tantrum off, and then the parents came in to have a teacher conference, and they said that, the teacher couldn't tell their little son that he did something wrong, and, she was supposed to, let him go that way, and then the principal had to issue with her that she'd done that, and the school board, and she ended up being suspended and then fired over that, and so they bring her into the school to write up her, separation papers from the school, and they're going to give her severance pay of $2,000 for the week that she'd work, and they're going to give her $2,000 for the upcoming week to be generous. And well, do you know what she said? Because you know what 2,000 plus 2,000 is, Your Honor?
22,000.
Well, exactly. Did that just? And then they're like dumbfounded faces, like how can you want $22,000 when 2,000 and 2,000 is only 4,000? Yeah, right. But yeah, that's their way of thinking. So anyways, that's kind of the little funny I had. But yeah, I was gonna say, if you remember talking about Elon Musk there, Nat, what did we decide that he's down to like 13 or 14% shareholder of Tesla? I mean, so really what everybody's doing, to begin with, most of the Teslas aren't owned by Tesla that they're dealing with, and the dealerships and that are, but as far as affecting Elon Musk himself financially, he's got such a small stake in the game of Tesla at this point that I don't know if that even really affects him so much. But anyway,
most probably do not realize. Yeah, it's like 12.78%, so less than 13% of his stake in the company. But for people that have purchased the vehicles, I mean, if you're going to damage, if I had a Tesla in the driveway and somebody painted swastikas on it or tried to burn the damn thing, that's not hurting Elon. That's hurting me. And kind of what Q-Ball said, it's hurting the mostly liberals who are part of the green agenda that bought a damn Tesla.
Well, this is very true too. So, and there was actually one person I saw interviewed that owned one, and he said, they asked him if he'd buy another one, and he's like, well, I don't know if I'd buy a Tesla, but I'm doing my part to try to save the world, so that was the reason he bought it. And anyway, so my night got cut short last night from a broken hydraulic line at about 11 o'clock. It blew out on me, so I had no way to offload my trailer, so that ended my night real short last night. So that's kind of where I disappeared to. But anyway, I don't know. We had our storms come through here for about 4 hours last night, from maybe a little bit longer than that, maybe 6 to 10 or 6 to midnight, and still got a little bit of breeze blowing, and it's down to about 40, 45 degrees, depending on where you are in the county. And got some partly cloudy skies with the moon shining, and so not too bad a morning for trailer trucking, but there is a little bit of crosswind out here, depending on which way you're going. So, but other than that, I guess that's kind of what we got going for you here on a Casual Friday. So, I guess the only other thing I got is I texted Kyle there a little bit, and I guess everything's on board and set up that they're matching the $5,000 again to Make-A-Wish for this year.
There you go. How about that?
Anybody's interested, if for the first $5,000, your dollar actually becomes $2. So without your dollars to help, then if we don't get to the 5,000, then of course Hot Shot doesn't match 5,000.
Right.
So that's the goal there. So, But anyways, hey, with all that, we'll let you get going, and let you do a little bit of due diligence. You got a few more minutes before the top of the hour.
Casual Friday, yes, indeed. All right, thank you. So there, how about that? Hot Shot Secret once again, jumping on board, supporting the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Mother's Day convoy there. $5,000 match, dollar for the first $5,000. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All righty, travelers out there got a new Love's Travel Center that opened a new store between New Orleans and Lafayette, Louisiana. This past day, Love's announcing the opening of the new truck stop off Highway 90 at exit 128A, New Iberia, Louisiana. All right, so we got an over 15,000 square foot location, 63 truck parking spaces. You got a Dunkin' Donuts, Godfather's Pizza that's open, let's see, 6 diesel bays, 5 showers, laundry facilities, cat scales, the dog park, and the self-checkout options. This is the second store to open here in 2025, the 656th store in the Love's network now nationwide. Also, I get it here. The Dunkin' and the Godfather Pizza restaurants, they will open on the 24th, so next Monday. If you happen through this weekend, not open just yet. Meanwhile, California Highway Patrol reminding the trucking community about the rules, and we talked about this earlier this week, of having alcoholic beverages on board a commercial vehicle after a recent interaction that led to an out-of-service order. Yesterday, the Highway Patrol Conejo Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Facility took to social media with a warning for any truckers who drive with beer or other alcoholic beverages in the cab. During an inspection for an overweight violation, our inspectors heard a glass clinking noise coming from within the cab. Upon further investigation, officers found 4 empty and 3 unopened bottles of beer in the vehicle. The driver was determined not to be under the influence, but indeed was placed out of service for 24 hours for possession of alcohol in the vehicle. They provided the text of the rules. Title 49, Part 392.5A, Section 3. No driver shall be on duty or operate a commercial motor vehicle while the driver possesses wine of not less than 0.5% of alcohol by volume. Beer is defined by USC 5052A of the Internal Revenue Service Code of 1954, or distilled spirits, as defined in such code. I think he had three beers in the little mini fridge, and I guess the 4 empty bottles, which he said he had consumed at a previous time, but you got the empty bottles, and all right. And if he's a company driver, probably going to be in trouble, right? Eagle, back with us here on a Friday. Good morning.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I found out, Steve, after I talked to you the last time. Yeah, they was able to find me a load to Miami. So in the morning. So after I hang up with you, I might go. I might go ahead and get on the road, headed down to Miami, so I can be in Homestead. Well, like I said, they don't race until Sunday. So I don't know. I might be able to watch the qualifying on Saturday. I might do that. Yeah, I don't know. I was hoping that you say you didn't know too much about Homestead, so I got to see what the hotels and everything. I'll probably get a hotel room. So yeah, I'll probably be heading on down. Yeah, it's kind of cool in Florida, Steve. I was surprised. I got the heater. I just turned the truck back on. I got the heat running tonight. I didn't think I was gonna have to use the heat here in Florida. Yeah, it's down in the 50s, low 50s in Jacksonville. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna warm up once the sun come up. But yeah, I'm getting ready to head on down. So I'll give you an update on Sunday when I call in on Sunday night and let you know what's going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wish I could get to that Louisville deal maybe next year, but I ain't gonna be able to get there this well because I'm going to the car race. But maybe next year I can try to get to Louisville at the show.
Mm-hmm. Mid-America. If you've never been there, man, it's very impressive. It's a good time. Well, hold the thought there. We got to get to our news break here. Top of the hour, back with our final hour just ahead.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Canadian investigators say the Delta regional jet that crash landed in Toronto last month simply came down too fast. 21 people were injured when that plane flipped over and passengers were left hanging upside down in their seats. A preliminary report from the Transportation Board of Canada says an alert sounded 3 seconds prior to impact, which indicated a high rate of descent. Aviation expert Captain John Hawks appeared on NBC.
This was probably at least twice of what the normal rate of descent would be. So all of that force was concentrated in one area, which was far above what that component was designed for.
The landing gear collapsed when it touched the ground. The report did not say what caused the crash. An American who was imprisoned in Afghanistan for over 2 years is now a free man. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that 66-year-old George Gleesman was set free after weeks of negotiations between the United States and Qatar. Dennis Fitzpatrick is the attorney for Gleesman, and he spoke with WAGA.
He's going to be on a recovery period, but I know that he's going to come through this with flying colors.
Gleesman, a Delta Airlines mechanic, was held captive by the Taliban after that group retook control of Afghanistan. The recently released JFK assassination files contain Social Security numbers and other private information of former congressional staffers.
The Washington Post reports that more than 200 former staffers were impacted. The data was made public Tuesday when the Trump administration released 60,000 pages related to the 1963 assassination. Former Trump campaign lawyer Joseph DeGenova is among those who had his information released. He tells the Post it's absolutely outrageous, it's sloppy and unprofessional. DeGenova investigated intelligence abuses in the 1970s and says it makes sense his name is in there, but, quote, other sensitive stuff should have been redacted. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
A federal appeals court ruled that art created entirely by artificial intelligence cannot be copyrighted.
This week's ruling says there must be initial human authorship in order for a copyright to be issued. This means that in order for an AI-generated work to be copyrighted, a human must be the one directing or using the AI, and the AI can't be operating autonomously. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The New York Court of Appeals is striking down non-citizen voting in New York City.
Some non-citizens were granted the right to vote in municipal elections in 2022 when Mayor Eric Adams signed a bill giving them the right to vote for mayor, public advocate, city controller, borough president, and city council member. Republicans immediately sued, and on Thursday, New York's highest court declared that law unconstitutional, saying that only citizens have the right to vote. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Florida's House State Affairs Committee has approved a constitutional amendment that, if approved by voters, would create a Commissioner of Government Efficiency. Representative Anna Escamani has reservations about Florida getting its own Doge.
Doge, as it currently stands, has been a train wreck. And you look at the federal government with what Elon Musk has done in firing civil servants for no reason.
Tyler Soroy promises Florida would be different from the federal Doge because the state has the lowest state workforce per capita in the nation, so the government efficiency effort would be more of a scalpel versus a sledgehammer. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Get our final hour underway on a Friday. All right, Vic asked earlier. Said he kind of misunderstood in regards to the judge. I think we were talking about this leftist judge. Dan kind of clarified for me. Thank you, Dan. The judge's father moved the family to D.C., and he actually worked for Lyndon B. Johnson's Great Society. So it's kind of down the family tree, right? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. There, okay, yeah, we left off with Eagle there. Going to be heading down to Homestead. Yeah, you heard me mention last hour they got the wildfires burning down there, so you maybe check ahead. I don't know I think it's mainly impacting that the Highway 1 that takes you down to the Florida Keys and whatnot. But yeah, but they're actually using the helicopters getting water from the lake there at the Speedway.
Yeah. I got to check up on that. Like I said, I'm not sure. I didn't know about the fires until you said that tonight, so I'm glad you gave an update on that. I'm definitely going to take a look at that tomorrow when I get down to close to the Miami area, see how things are going with these fires. But yeah, like I say, I'll definitely give you an update on Sunday night when I call in. Hopefully Chevrolet can win. Chevy, I think they've only won one race this year. So far, out of the 5 or 6 they ran, at Daytona is the only one that they won. So hopefully Chevrolet, somebody can win. Luckily, Bell didn't win last week. They ended his three-week streak. Somebody else got in the victory lane, but it was a Ford. So, I think it was a Toyota he was driving. But hopefully somebody at Chevy will do good on Sunday and get back to winning. But I might even get to Talladega. That's the main race I want to see. Talladega is in April. I think the 3rd week of April they got the Talladega race. So I definitely want to be at Talladega this year. Hopefully the weather's good for Talladega, because I think I'm definitely gonna make it there. But I want to ask you one other question right quick, Steve, before I hang up with you, about your schedule for the truck show next week. Will your show, it'll still be on at midnight, but it'll just be a recording of what you did during the daytime?
That is correct, yes. I believe, we're going to be doing like recording from like noon to 5. I believe it'll be live, like on the Facebook and YouTube feed while we're there. And then like the audio will play back there after midnight, I guess, the audio and the video that we've got. So, noon to 5 we'll be recording, but we won't be taking any phone calls. So, Yeah, we won't be able to talk to you after, I guess, that Wednesday night of next week till we get back from the show.
Yeah. You say you're going to be there for 3 nights, 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Okay, yeah. But you'll definitely be back. Will you be on the Sunday night after the show is over?
It'll be the Monday night. Yeah, Monday night.
Okay, yeah. I got the Facebook, so yeah, I might be able to try to listen to it live while you're doing the show. But yeah, like I say, hopefully I can get that next year. 'Cause like I say, I want to look at the new equipment. I ain't no big Volvo fan, but they got a redesigned Volvo truck that just came out. I haven't seen that many of them on the roads, but it looks pretty good looking truck. But I wanted to say one other thing, Steve, about the Kenworth. Maybe you can go over there after hang up with you. I understand that Kenworth say that they're not going to make the W900. They stopped. They're not going to sell that vehicle no more. I don't know when they scheduled to stop production of it, but I read that on my phone earlier tonight, and I maybe you can find out some information on why they're not going to sell that Kenworth truck anymore, and what's going on with that situation. And I thank you for taking my call, and I'll call back in on Sunday after the race.
All right.
And I'll talk to you on Sunday. Okay, thanks.
Hope all goes well for your weekend there, and enjoy things. I got an update there out of Homestead. But, Kenworth, they're going to halt manufacturing. It's 3 of their legacy 1.9-meter cab Class 8 tractors next year, including the W900. The iconic. First examples started rolling off the production line all the way back in, 1963? PACCAR subsidiary Kenworth said earlier this week the W900, comprising the W900L, the W900B, and T800W, that's the wide hood, and the C500 will conclude next year. Final orders will be requested later in this year. They said they're retiring the models as a result of evolving emissions regulations and component constraints as the industry moves forward with new, more fuel-efficient models and better integrated technologies. We know these legacy Kenworth models are an integral part of our history here. That makes it a difficult decision as we enter the next era of trucking. As we transition to future products, we remain committed to honoring the spirit of these iconic trucks, delivering innovation, efficiency, and the same level of craftsmanship that our customers and drivers have trusted for generations. The W9, introduced 4 years after the 900 series entered service in 1959 with the W as an homage to the company's co-founder, Edgar Worthington. In 1965, the W900A model was launched with a longer hood. They replaced the 900A with the W900B in 1982. Enhancements were a larger radiator to meet cooling requirements. In 1987, the W900S mixer truck was introduced. Kenworth's W900L long hood configuration of the W900 introduced in 1990 with 10 extra inches of hood. An extended day cab version was introduced in 2002. So, historic. They helped shape the American trucking culture as we know it today. Of course, these are often featured at the truck shows, featured in movies, on television, shown at other events. It is an iconic truck that is cherished for its classic styling by the customers and truck aficionados. They did say, while production is coming to an end, we look forward to seeing them on the road and at truck shows for many years to come. End of an era, as they say. All right, I mentioned, update here from just a couple of hours ago. NASCAR, it says, could be forced to postpone the Homestead Miami race if the wildfires continue to rage on the affected area. NASCAR action continues this weekend at Homestead Miami Speedway for the Straight Talk Wireless 400. Josh Berry emerged victorious there. Concerns kind of raised after the wildfire broke out a few miles south of the Speedway Monday afternoon. Let's see. Crews have been battling the fire, which has prompted the shutdown of some roadways. The wildfires are continuing in the Miami-Dade region, leading fans to express concern over the safety of the triple header set to take place this weekend. Now, as of this past day, Thursday, 24,000 acres had burned. As I mentioned a bit ago, 30% contained. As it stands, the Cup, Xfinity, and Truck Series races at Homestead Miami are set to go ahead. If the wildfires continue to be an issue, the plan is the same as any race week. The race will take place on the next available day if it cannot go ahead on the scheduled day. If, for whatever reason, the race cannot begin before needing to travel to the next race on the calendar, NASCAR will work alongside the broadcast partners to find a possible date to reschedule. The wildfires are in close proximity to the track. Set to stage the races this weekend, but NASCAR, they say, will continue to work to ensure fans and drivers are safe. We're in constant communication with local government and emergency medical services. If the promotion feels staging the race would be unsafe, it would be postponed. The protocol when it comes to wildfires is the same as when it comes to rain-induced flooding, like the Daytona 500 last year. It ran on the Monday following 2 days of persistent rain. Now, the city of Homestead is currently adamant that the races this weekend remain as scheduled. They said the city's monitoring the situation in constant communication with local police and fire services. So there you go. As it stands, the NASCAR Cup Series season continues with the Straight Talk Wireless 400 at Homestead, Miami, slated for this Sunday, May the 23rd.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, Double R on a Friday, rolling through Texas, I presume.
Yes, sir. I'm southbound here on 59, coming into Nacogdoches. Currently 36 degrees.
Wow.
And, yeah. What the hell was I? Oh, Eagle. He's going to love that racetrack down there, Homestead. It's, look, it's down like right in the middle of nowhere. I mean, you ain't going to miss it. I mean, when you're headed down there, Nita and I have been down there many times to, pick up cars for Chevrolet, them doing their testing and stuff down there, but it's a nice track. He'll enjoy himself. Hey, Steve, when did they change? Dan called in earlier and was talking about this hazmat with foreign drivers. And from my understanding, and quote me if I'm wrong, back during 9/11, it was stated that there was going to be no foreign people going to be pulling hazmat materials or any type of hazmat equipment in the United States. And then Dan brings it up that they have this, you said it too, the interpreters and different languages for this hazmat test. When did they change all this?
All I can find is at this point they say that for Canadian or Mexican drivers licensed in those countries, they can haul hazmat in the U. If they've undergone a background check similar to what's required here in the U.S. for a hazmat endorsement.
Man, okay, that's crazy. But I guess it is what it is, right? So, But hey, I'm going to bring my base unit and my whip antenna, and we'll hook it up to the camper. That way you can keep in touch with your fans and stuff while they drive down 65. I'm just trying to help you out, keep you, means you're not going to be on the air Sunday night, so just trying to help you out, buddy.
Leave it to Brother Paul.
But anyhow, I just wanted to ask that one question. Man, I played hell trying to get a hold of you. I bet I called 15 different times.
Well, ironically, last night, hell, I could have used a call last night because we were I don't think I had but one or two calls in the last 2 hours, but yeah, tonight we were kind of packed and stacked tonight.
Yes, you were, buddy. It's a damn good show tonight. I really enjoyed it. Kept me awake. Nita just got up. We're getting ready to swap out, and hell, I'm not even tired.
That's good.
I give you an A. I give you an A today, buddy. Yeah,
right.
You did great.
Well, take that.
Well, listen. We won't be there. We're leaving Thursday night, Nita, or Thursday afternoon. Anyhow, in that area, to head down there. You'll probably see us Friday morning, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to let you know that I tried to call Sis today and I couldn't get a hold of her, so let her know. But
okay.
Anyhow, I'll let you go and let another caller get in there. If I don't speak to you, do me a favor and enjoy your weekend. And I'm going to turn that wrestling on today, and I wish him the best of luck. He's a good dude. He deserves that. He deserves that win.
Yep.
So.
Go Luke. He's been dedicated to that. Last year he took off. I forget how many weeks he took off. Yeah, for whatever reason, but he got back in, I guess, realizing that, he really wanted to, first of all, he wanted to be a Big Ten champion, which he is. Ranked number 1 in the nation, rolling into quarterfinals a little after the noon hour today. which you can find on ESPN, I believe it is. Yeah, Princess was up watching this past day. I was snoozing. She came in to wake me up. Yeah, you want to come watch? I said, no, just let me know let me know how he does. So I'm gonna definitely tune in today. All right, quickly, let me get to Knucklebuster, as he likes to refer to the loneliest hour. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Yeah. Thanks for having me back, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, I was in the bed last night with Tennessee playing tired-ass truck drivers. That's why I'd even call there.
Yeah.
You ever heard of the legendary Davis Dam grade?
No, sir.
Well, it's before a company like Chevy or Ford or Ram can claim their truck is capable of towing 35,000 pounds or more, they have to prove it here because of the climate and topography that defines a section of Arizona State Route 68. It's become the mandatory test for automakers to obtain their SAE J2807 certification. They have to pull their maximum weight rating up the 11.4 mile pass in 100-degree heat with the AC on full blast while maintaining 40 mile an hour or 35 mile an hour for dualies. It's not a walk in the park by any stretch of the imagination, Steve. It's a 6+% grade in some spots. You reckon they could use some FR3 in that?
That would definitely do them some good.
Oh, I know that's right. Well, what do Buck Owens and the Beatles have in common?
What is it?
All you got to do is act naturally, Steve. The song was written by Johnny Russell, and it was recorded by Buck Owens. It went to number one for him. The best other version is by the Beatles in 1965, featuring Ringo Starr, and it only went to number 42 on the pop charts. And then back in '89, Buck Owens and Ringo Starr went on to record a duet version of it there. So, you know how the idea of the song came by?
How's that?
Well, Johnny Russell.
Did we lose our connection? I think we did. Yeah, leave it to Beaver. All right, we're ready. Ready to connect. Connecting to host now.
Your callers from the call-in studio web.
Yeah, all right, he's talking to me. He's hooking up.
And a shout out to a simplified shout out to Truck and Field, and I want to give a simplified shout out to the entire Steve Sommers Overnight Drive family. Tennessee said I needed to apologize. If I've offended anyone by my comments on the air, I apologize for hurting your feelings, but you'll get over it. I'm just kidding, Steve.
Ah, boy, there he is. Hey, Knucklebuster, you got a reputation to keep up.
I know that's right. All right, have a great weekend, brother.
You do the same. All right, yes, it is finally Friday. Hello to Steve in Columbus and all the listeners out there. The best day of the week, thank you. The weekend has no plans in store for us, but looking forward to it. The coffee is fresh. The car is ready to go. Suppose it's time to head into town, see what the day brings us. Everybody enjoy your day. Enjoy your weekend. Again, Steve in Columbus. All right, so we'll get our news break here. And, of course, it is 844-844-3388. Friday morning, TGIF, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Canadian investigators say the Delta regional jet that crash-landed in Toronto last month simply came down too fast. 21 people were injured when that plane flipped over, and passengers were left hanging upside down in their seats. A preliminary report from the Transportation Board of Canada says an alert sounded 3 seconds prior to impact, which indicated a high rate of descent. The landing gear collapsed when it touched the ground. The report did not say what caused the crash. An American who was imprisoned in Afghanistan for over 2 years is now a free man. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that 66-year-old George Gleesman was set free after weeks of negotiations. Dennis Fitzpatrick is the attorney for Gleesman, and he spoke with WAGA.
He's going to be on a recovery period, but I know that he's going to come through this with flying colors.
Gleesman was held captive by the Taliban after that group retook control of Afghanistan. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Meanwhile, President Trump this past day
kind of lashing out at these radical judges all over the country. One injunction after another. No, you can't do this. You can't do that. You can't do anything you want to do. Trump says unlawful nationwide injunctions by radical left judges could very well lead to the destruction of our country. These people are lunatics who do not care even a little bit about the repercussions of their very dangerous, incorrect decisions and rulings. Lawyers endlessly search the United States for these judges. They file lawsuits as quickly as they can find them. It is then the obligation of law-abiding agencies of government to have these orders overturned. The danger is unparalleled. These judges want to assume the powers of the presidency without having to attain 80 million votes. They want all the advantages with none of the risks. Again, a president has to be allowed to act quickly and decisively about such matters as returning murderers, drug lords, rapists, and other such criminals back to their homeland or to other locations that will allow our country to be safe. It's our goal to make America great again, and such a high aspiration can never be done if radical, highly partisan judges are allowed to stand in the way of justice. Stop nationwide injunctions now before it is too late. If Justice Roberts and the United States Supreme Court do not fix this toxic, unprecedented situation immediately, our country is in very serious trouble. You know, again, this is going back to, I guess, the latest incident, because I think there's 4 judges right now being looked at in various states. You know, they're talking about impeaching these judges, which is very unlikely. But as far as these deportations, many of the illegal gang members deported to El Salvador by President Trump last weekend, criminal records including murder, rape, kidnapping, other violent crimes. That's when he used the Alien Enemies Act, deporting 250 illegal gang members associated with the Tren de Aragua and MS-13, both of which are designated as terrorist organizations by the State Department. Yeah, he sent them to a mega prison in San Salvador, El Salvador. As we know, at the last minute, though, as the deportation was already being carried out, that federal judge, James Boasberg, issued the temporary restraining order blocking Trump from deporting illegal aliens using the Alien Enemies Act. Now, in a declaration to the court, Immigration and Customs Enforcement official Robert Cerna, revealing that many of these gang members on the deportation flights were wanted for violent crimes in other countries, including murder, rape, assault, kidnapping, child abduction, possession of illegal firearms, harassment, corruption, drug offenses. 5 of the gang members were subject to Interpol notices. Interpol is short for the International Criminal Police Organization, a global international police organization comprising law enforcement agencies from various countries. Cerna also noted ICE agents carefully vetted each individual alien to ensure they were, in fact, members of Tren de Aragua. Boasberg has since begun probing Trump's Department of Justice over the timeline of when the flights occurred, when they landed in El Salvador. Earlier this week, Boasberg told the Department of Justice he wants to determine if the government deliberately flouted his temporary restraining order by not turning the flights around, and if so, what the consequences should be. Now, since that order, Representative Brandon Gill has filed articles of impeachment against Boasberg, writing in a statement that the ruling is a fundamental attack on our democratic system. But these radical leftist judges, and as we now know, which I'm sure there's going to be more coming in regards to that, this judge has a definitive conflict of interest with his own daughter being employed by an organization that assists illegals and criminal aliens. All right, see what Doug has going on this Friday morning. What do you say, Doug? How you been?
Good morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. Sure appreciate all that information. Some of the information you dig up at night, the mainstream doesn't even touch it. But all good information, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
I got some lighthearted kind of tidbits here, a little off the beaten path to keep the airwaves busy. Butch and Sonny, were they the only ones up there? Or were there some other astronauts up there with them?
Yeah, I mean, there were, of course, I think there were at least 6 of them up there.
Okay.
Yeah, they had the previous crew of 4. They had gone up as a crew of 2 on the Starliner. So they had joined the other 4. They were only supposed to be there, like they said, for like 7-8 days. So they ended up stuck there. And now, so the SpaceX sent up just 2 on the Dragon capsule because that accommodates 4. They just sent 2 up so they could bring 4 of them back.
I see. Again, the information you read about last night or the night before on Sonny and Butch and the long-term effects of being in space for long periods of time, you don't hear that anywhere else. So anyway, like I said, I got useless information and questions. Have you seen some new vehicles that don't have a dipstick to measure the oil or a dipstick for the transmission? Have you heard of this?
Now, as far as the transmission goes, yeah, I know that they're called sealed transmissions. That's been around for a number of years. I have never seen a vehicle that does not have a dipstick for the oil. That's a new one to me.
What about your Subaru? Does it have a dipstick? Do you know?
Yeah, for the oil, absolutely. As far as the transmission, I've never even looked.
Yeah, it was kind of a surprise to me to find out that they don't include both on some new vehicles. I guess it's an attempt to get you to go to the dealership.
Yeah.
To get things checked out. I don't know. It's a new way of doing things that I don't like. Put it that way. The other night, here 2 nights ago, I was on I-80 headed west in Iowa at night, and I caught, as that blizzard was forming in the Midwest, the inside of it, if you know what I mean, to the east and a little to the south of the snow was a severe thunderstorm, I guess you'd call it.
Mm-hmm.
Man, the lightning show that I saw, holy cow, that was spectacular. Rain was blowing sideways, spectacular and a little frightening.
Right.
But, yeah. Well, that's about all I have. I hope you have a good weekend, and thanks for answering my question.
Hey, good to hear from you, Doug. Thanks for listening into the program. You got it. As far as the Tesla attacks, interesting here. One of the biggest criticisms hurled against Democrats in the previous administration, that they were collectively soft on crime, which they were, undoubtedly. Constantly allowing hardened criminals out only to commit further crimes, right? This does not appear to be the concern of the most Republicans nor the current administration. In a news release this past day, the Office of Public Affairs at the Department of Justice announced Attorney General Pam Bondi is bringing the heat with charges against a trio of suspected Tesla arsonists, stating the days of committing crimes without consequences have ended. Let this be a warning. If you join this wave of domestic terrorism against Tesla properties, the Department of Justice will put you behind bars. And as the release spells out, these were not exactly random punks with lighters and store-bought firecrackers. One defendant, also armed with a suppressed AR-15, was arrested after throwing approximately 8 Molotov cocktails at a Tesla dealership in Salem, Oregon. Another arrested in Loveland, Colorado, after attempting to light Teslas on fire with Molotov cocktails. The defendant was later found in possession of materials used to produce additional incendiary weapons. Finally, in Charleston, South Carolina, a third defendant wrote profane messages against President Trump around Tesla charging stations before lighting the charging stations on fire with Molotov cocktails. For these actions, the aforementioned suspects now face charges that carry 5 to 20 years in prison. This recent wave of domestic terrorism against Tesla, largely based, obviously, on Elon Musk's. Perhaps more importantly, the head of Doge. They say Musk has ruffled some bureaucratic feathers in his Doge role. To say that would be an understatement. Their mission of cutting back unnecessary government expenditure, taking swift and, yes, sometimes a messy hatchet to various government bloat. In protest, his ideological and political opponents, the lefties and the Democrats, are now targeting Musk. And it's not just Tesla. Musk's social media platform X has been literally targeted, to say nothing of the more salacious establishment media reports trying to drive a wedge between Musk and the rest of the Trump administration. It has gotten toxic enough that even publicly stating any sort of support for Musk is typically met with some sort of a backlash these days. Interestingly, Pam Bondi has previously suggested these attacks may go deeper than these initial charges. We're going to continue investigations that impose severe consequences on those involved in these attacks, including those operating behind the scenes to actually coordinate and, in some cases, fund these crimes. Are these paid agitators, paid protesters? And obviously, when you've got the actual website set up, Take Tesla Down or Take Down Tesla, whatever it was, and organizing a global protest at all dealerships. Somebody's behind this and somebody's paying it. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret's Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Actually pulled up the website here, which is Tesla Takedown. TeslaTakedown.com. They got their own website. At the top of the page, sign up to host or find an action near you. Get involved. Take action at Tesla showrooms everywhere. Sell your Teslas. Dump your stock. Join the picket lines. Hurting Tesla is stopping Musk. No, it's not. Stopping Musk will help save lives in our democracy. The stakes could not be higher. No one's coming to save us, not politicians, not the media. Join us. Sign up to host or find an action near you. Let me see. Join us on Blue Sky. Know your rights. There's a link where you can click on flyers to distribute, protest flyers. Flyers to distribute, flyers for protesters. Then they've got links to how to divest from Tesla, the funds that hold Tesla stock. I guess so you can dump them. Elon Musk's gutting of U.S. agencies is illegal. How do you muzzle Doge? Then just a bunch of links to left-wing media stories. All right, so that's the group that's organizing, March 29, the day nationwide. Yeah, got your links to get involved. Taking down Elon Musk, they think. Morning, blind man.
Hey, good morning, Steve. You know, if I were Trump, I'd just ignore these judges altogether. And I'm thinking, wouldn't it be fun if we can find out where these judges live and show up at 2 o'clock in the morning and make noise so they can't sleep? Give them some of their own medicine back.
Right.
And I'm sure Trump is going to find judges that will side with him, so I'm not too terribly worried, but my advice to Trump is just ignore these judges. Don't give them the time of day. And there'll be those of us that will buy Tesla stock, so I'm not too worried about that.
Well, of course, you know, when you got the legal system as it stands today, and Trump pretty much said this, we're not going to defy or ignore the judges because that's the way the system works. You can't do that. Yeah, that gets you in more trouble, but it's really just kind of making everything he tries to do to be a more long, drawn-out process. You got the dumbass judge from last weekend. Of course, he's doing all this, a temporary restraining order. All right, so that means technically he wanted them to bring the criminals back to the U.S., and then you got to go through the legal process and then appeals and take it to the next court and then eventually the Supreme Court. And yes, typically the right thing is ultimately done when you get to the higher courts, or you get away from a court that has some radical leftist judge. You're making these restraining orders or injunctions to halt things. They always get overturned, but they're doing the best they can to hinder everything the man's trying to do, if that makes sense. All right, one more time. Yeah. Good morning, Hippopotamus.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, I didn't know if you got to touching on that what Vic was saying there. I was the one that actually called in and told you that when I renewed my CDL last time, Maryland re-upped it for 8 years, but the hazmat part there, that still I have to go back and retest that in 5. So I guess they have to reprint a new license for me after I redo my hazmat. But anyways, the CDL part, that's good for 8 years.
You got an 8
and
year.
Then the other,
how about that?
Yep. And then the other thing that I didn't realize about is when I renewed from my previous license to this one, they actually changed my driver's license number. We were down at the car dealership there, and the wife was getting a new car because Subaru wanted her old one back to resell with the mileage and everything that was on it, and offered us enough money to want to come back and get to the 2025 model. So the guy there, he's the salesman, he's doing all the paperwork stuff, and he takes our licenses and types them in the computer and hands us a paper back that says, check all your information, make sure it's correct. And I'm like, yeah, you screwed up my driver's license number because this ain't even close. And he's like, no, there's no way. I'm like, yeah, look at it. I pulled it back out of my wallet, and it's like, no, they gave me a whole new driver's license number. I've been in the state for 20 years, and they give me a new number here this past October.
Wow.
So I don't know what that was about, but and it's not because of Real ID, because that was actually done on the previous renewal. I got my Blue Star. It was like 6 or 7 years ago I got my Blue Star. So I don't know. His states are just crazy, and I guess so far they're blaming President Trump and Elon Musk. How long has President Trump been in office? Less than 100 days?
Oh, yeah. I think yesterday is March. Today's March 21, so it's been 2 months.
Okay, so they're blaming President Trump and Elon Musk in the state of Maryland for causing their lack of funding. They had a surplus of funds when they came in from the Republican governor. Now a year or so later, they're in deficit, but they're blaming President Trump for that. Huh? Okay. Anyways, you just can't make this stuff up. You just can't make it up.
Absolutely.
And
all right. Well, Horse Feathers, a.k.a. the anonymous hippopotamus, we got to close it out there. Have a great weekend. Basketball fans, enjoy your March Madness. Wrestling fans, go Lucas Bird, the Fighting Illini. And we'll see you back at the midnight hour Sunday night into a Monday morning.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my